So now we're waiting for a liner thing there.
The usual gang of misfits and dope.
There's
See,
the
the
usual
usual gang of misfits
There
and
you
dope
go.
addicts are here.
I'm pressing it, and it's not going.
So Nick's your buddy, Nick's your pal. Nick at Night is filling in for Katie today, and he got a haircut for the occasion. I noticed he's trying to look like that guy from Kid and Play. I think. He
doesn't know.
I don't know what that is, but I'll
kind
take
of
it
the
as a
short
compliment?
hair.
Question mark?
You've shaved the hair. Now Nick is famous for. We'll get to be on this day in just a second. Nick is famous, at least to me, for never combing his hair. It always looks as though he's just stood in front of a wind machine. So now he's shaved the sides of his hair down, but still the top part's sticking up, nowhere near a comb, ever. Right?
No, why not?
Yes.
Right?
You look nice, Nick. Don't listen to Bill.
I'm not saying he doesn't look nice. He has a certain style.
I'll fight you on that, Gina, okay? I do not look nice.
You know, I don't think you do either, actually.
Thank you, Bill.
You're
That's
welcome.
what I've been asking for.
All right. Let's get on this day, huh?
On this day.
Yes.
Wow, I didn't know he was this old.
Are you okay? He's what, 70?
71?
71.
Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, 1949. Bruce Springsteen, the boss, if you prefer. Yeah. Birthday today.
So Nick, Nick Davis would be kind of out of the Bruce Springsteen demo, but you know who he is, right? All of that.
Yeah.
I would urge you and anybody else who hasn't done it to watch his Broadway show. He did a Broadway show and then they filmed it for it's Netflix, right, Carrie?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Watch his Broadway show, and it's you will be convinced of what a phenomenal talent Bruce Springsteen is if you've never thought about it before.
Does he have the whole E Street Band with him?
No, it's just him talking about his life, doing songs solo. At one point, a band, I don't think it's the whole E Street Band, but a band does come out with his wife, Patti Scialfa, and they do 3 or 4 numbers. But it's mostly just him talking and playing the guitar, and it's amazing. He's so engaging and honest about his life. You know, he says, I wrote all of these songs about being a vagabond and getting out and, you know, being a rebel and running away. And I live in a town that's 4 miles from where I was born.
So he's a liar? Is that what you find out about Bruce Springsteen?
Yeah, he said, I never was any of those things, really. I have never been any of those things that I wrote those songs about feelings that I had, and I know that there are people who did those things, and I wrote about them, but I'm a home guy. I'm a homebody. You know.
In related news, Stephen King has never met a murderous clown from outer space.
So, perfect. You can write stuff about stuff that you don't really do and make it authentic. Well, of course, Stephen King, not quite as authentic, I think, in terms of real life stuff. But
and here's one for Nick. Alan Moore has never met a blue god that lives on Mars.
It's naked,
interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, never happened.
I would have thought otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, anyway, Nick's filling in for a couple of days. Katie has to go to some rave house in Oregon or something, or whatever
Katie
she's doing.
needs to get her rave on once in a while, or she goes a little crazy. So we're letting her go do that.
She's not actually. So, we're letting her. That's nice. We're letting her go do that. Yeah,
We're
that's
encouraging her to go
because
do that.
Katie. I don't know if you should. Well, okay, we'll let you go do that. But she's at a house in California, I think, actually, Northern California. And as I understand it, it's with a bunch of people that she likes to go to raves with.
Yeah.
But it's not. She's not going to a rave. It's just.
They're going to watch a virtual DJ.
Oh, are they?
And have their own little thing.
They're again. Why do you diminish it? Have their own little thing that they do.
I don't. It's just because I don't want people.
We're
thinking
letting
she's
her
at
go
a big,
have their little thing.
I don't want people thinking she's at a big event that she shouldn't be at. It's just her and a couple friends. That's all.
Well, thanks for watching out for Katie's reputation again, Gina.
You're welcome.
It's nice of you to do that.
I do it for you too, you know.
Yeah, I wish you'd stop. Please just tell people what an ass I am.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a dick. There's just no doubt about it. He's a dick. Tell him that. That's fine. I don't care.
Is it my fault he makes people hate him? I don't whisper in his ear every morning, be a jerk. That comes from within.
That's exactly right. That's perfect, Carrie. Again.
Is that in the bill file,
again.
Carrie? Do you have that filed under bill?
No, I have the I respond file up right now because I was thinking this one earlier.
No, I don't feel all right. None of us feel all right. Can't you see what's going on?
And that one's right next to it.
We should play that one, Carrie, every day, every
Every
hour.
day. Yeah.
Until
once an hour.
when? Until
until
Till the country's over.
until the walls come crumbling down. What song is that?
that's
That's
a John Cougar Mellencamp
Oh, that's
song.
right.
yeah.
Another great song. Who never really went to a place where the walls were crumbling down. He just wrote about it. He didn't go there.
Well, the
We
country
need
will.
some things that must go, by the way. if
Yes,
I
we
may,
do.
Right here.
Radio from hell at x96.com is the email address. Send those to us. Write them up real quick and get them. We'll get them on the air this morning, here in about a half hour from now.
I can't
You want to
imagine
hear your? You
that
want to
you
hear
don't
your
have things that must go.
You want to hear your name read on the air? It's very exciting. And when you send in your email, say which one of us you want to read it. I would like to hear Carrie Jackson read my name and my must go on it. You can request a voice to say your name on the radio. It's super fun.
It really is. It's super.
See, watch. Nick Davis. Wasn't that fun?
Nah.
No?
No, see, Nick's your buddy. Nick's your pal. Well, he's my buddy. He's my pal. Nick, I think Nick and I are somehow simpatico, and I don't know.
A little bit.
I think you're kind of you're a junior Dick, aren't you?
Uh,
It's Dick in training.
that. Come on, Bill. Let's keep it appropriate for
Okay.
on air. I'm a rapscallion.
Okay, you are a rapscallion, you. Well, I guess we ought to officially begin the show. Get your must-goes in, though, please. Send them to radiofromhell at x96.com. I can't imagine, as I said before, you don't have a whole S-load of things that must go.
Now, Brett in the chat room says, "Can I request Nick use a sexy voice?" I didn't know you had a sexy voice, Nick. Do you?
Nick, you have a sexy voice?
Dude, not at this hour, that's for sure. It's gonna
That's
have
a
to
Nick
wait.
at Night thing.
There you go. There's the plug.
Or Brett has Nick call him at night sometimes.
I need to blow my nose before I use my sexy voice.
Is that it? Is that the sexy voice?
He's getting there. Yeah, you're kind of nasally right now. You're holding up a bunch of stuff up there in the old snot locker, aren't you?
It's true. Yeah, allergies are killing me.
Well, we can take a break and you can go take care of that. And we'll come
Check-ins,
back.
too. You could
Yeah.
do that. 877-602-9696. We'll see if Nick can figure out how to get phone calls on the air. At 877-60... That'll be fun, won't it? 877-602-9696. Just call, check in with the Radio from Hell show. Tell us how you're doing, what you're doing. We hope you're fine. We really do. I feel very negative and dickish this morning, but I also have this weird sense of I just hope you guys are all okay. I hope everybody's okay. That all of that other stuff, that's an act.
is it?
Really?
Yeah,
I'm just worried
yeah,
about it.
It's
There
an
are
act.
those who might say this right now is an act.
Well, those people would be assholes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that was good.
Because-
Yeah. Send that to Bill. All right, we will take a break. We will be back after these KXRK Provo. Ladies and gentlemen, direct from the haunted house near you, he's the guy who chased you out at the end. He wears
I was scared.
He wears the hockey mask and threatens you with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
He is Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah. How are you? You're the little girl who wet her pants last time, aren't you?
You scare me every time, James.
Yeah.
Chainsaw Guy, it's good to see you. Of course, a lot of people know you as the guy who chases you out at the end of the haunted house with the chainsaw.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
And you've been very busy.
Yes, very busy. This is my big night.
But a lot of people don't know that Chainsaw Guy is also a very sensitive man, especially in the ways of love and
Oh,
relationships.
thank you. And I am a licensed sex therapist.
Now, when
Sex therapy?
when you are
why
doing
not?
when you're doing your sessions, do you wear the mask, or do you take it off ever?
The mask never comes off. I do change the jumpsuit occasionally. You like the new one?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, well, I thought it was time for a new set of overalls, and so I got the bright orange like a prison inmate.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
It adds to the menace.
Thank you.
All right, Chainsaw Guy, we have. I believe we indulge her every year. Chainsaw Guy, we have on the line Tim, who Tim is on the line, who's desperately in need of some of your love advice. Tim, go ahead and tell Chainsaw Guy exactly what's going on and ask your question when you're finished.
Sure, Chainsaw Guy. Well, my question is, I'm in a relationship with a girl named Audrey right now, and everything's going swimmingly with her. She's great. The problem is with her mother. Her whole family is all LDS and very LDS, and I'm very not LDS.
Yes.
Her mother naturally has a problem with that.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, Tim, I think I think, and I don't think it is. I think it's serious. I don't think it is something. I think it's me, and again, and that mother and daughter, and you can't go anywhere else but you attend those for her. For a lot of not necessary and a carry on talk, and I take the person over, and I say the thing, and I end up doing both.
So there you go, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I left out the part where Chainsaw Guy has his chainsaw with him. It's all a key
It's a pulling.
part of the. It's a pulling. Yes, it is a pulling.
I got
Catherine,
rid of a heck of burner.
I don't blame you. Catherine, Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your question?
All right. I'm curious because I've been dating this guy
Yeah?
a couple weeks.
Are you bi-curious?
Are you bi curious? Is what he's asking.
That's what I said. Are you bi-curious?
No. I'm just curious because he keeps on saying that he wants to just love me to pieces.
Oh,
And I just don't know if I should let him do that because it kind of creeps me out.
Uh-huh. Well...
so Chainsaw Guy, what should Catherine do?
Well, Catherine, all you do is, the first of the Lord, is to get a refrigerated truck, and then you do it in the refrigerator. And then, the second of the Lord, here's the tea, all the way, and then you turn, and then, I turn it down a little bit, and then, you just watch him, and then, he will uphold him, and then he can love more of you in more places.
There you go, Catherine. I hope that helped. Are we done, Gina?
one more.
I'm always up, although I'm very busy. I've got
He does have to go and sharpen the chainsaw
Just
blade.
one
but-
more. Just one more.
All right.
What do you mean? It's not a chainsaw blade. It's a chain, you idiot.
Yeah. Brittany,
Hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Chainsaw Guy is here. What is your, tell us about your situation and then ask Chainsaw Guy what to do.
I have this friend that we've been friends for a long time, and I have a crush on him, and I just met his new girlfriend, and he wants me to honestly tell him what I think of her, and I can't stand her, and I want to tell him how I feel, but I just don't know. Chainsaw Man, what should I do?
Well, and I just Catherine, Brittany, what are you doing then? I think you do. And then go first. So you get a girlfriend, and then you go have it. Yes, I really have a contract. So what they need to do is tell everybody here what they think about. I get the rule, and then I think I will not go on past magic. And then, if you think what the rules are, or then the one is there, and then I think the power of the universe end up in a freeway.
So there you go.
Thank you.
Brittany, thank you.
No, thank you.
Can I go now? I've got a lot of people to scare.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Chainsaw Guy.
Are they performing now?
See you later.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chainsaw Guy. It's just amazing he makes time on Halloween.
Look at that. He's out the door. Look at that.
There he goes.
There he goes. Orange jumpsuit, his pulling chainsaw. There he
Hockey
goes.
mask.
For another year, gone.
Glad he got rid of the Husqvarna.
Yeah.
It's not as scary as
No.
a pulling
No.
because they're higher pitched.
I remember when he started, all he could afford was an eager beaver.
Okay, 6:21. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, let's do that. We'll officially begin the show in just a second. We'll have Gina do an intro here. And Mill Creek Coffee. We need to mention that Mill Creek Coffee is the coffee we.
Pouring mine
let's
now.
all take a
Yeah,
little
you made
sip
me
of-
think of it, Carrie, by you shaking your shaker there. You can see us at x96.com/live, enjoying our. Yeah, the logo's on that side too. There you go. Mill Creek Coffee. It's delicious. I'm full of steroids, by the way.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Full of them. you know, I got this light sweat kind of just going on. I went and had my back injection yesterday, and she just loaded me up with steroids.
Now you're sweating them out? Is that where they go?
Well, they just cause your body to kind of, it causes the furnace to go on. It starts up the furnace. I need a furnace tune-up from Scott
From
Hale.
Scott Hale, offering
Yeah.
a preseason furnace and AC tune-up for just $54. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE. Like that?
Yeah, and now we'll
Okay.
begin the show and then go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696 if you have a mind to call in and say hi and what's going on with you. But first of all, let me tell you that we are originating live in Salt Lake City, Utah, from the X96 studios, high atop the second story of the 12-story Broadway Media Broadcast Tower, coming to you in living color and all the negativity you can handle. It's the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, me, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi right there, looking as lovely as ever.
Thank you.
The producer of the Radio from Hell show is on a break. She's Katie for short. But in our downtown studio right now, running the show is Nick's your buddy, Nick's your pal, Nick at Night. Also being assisted today by Hawk and Miriam, I believe. And the moon is, well, it's on its way. It's going. No, it's waxing, excuse me. It's going toward full. It's 43.9% of full. The moon will rise today at 2:36 p.m., and today, of course, is Wednesday. It's the, 23rd day of September in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020, and it's Checkers Day, National Checkers Day.
King me.
No.
King me.
No. Lest you think.
Come on.
No, lest you think that this is about the game checkers, you're wrong, because it's also Dogs in Politics Day.
Nixon's dog, Checkers.
Yeah, Nixon's little dog, Checkers. My little dog, Checkers, and my wife, Pat, wears a good Republican cloth coat. So he picked the dog. Oh, no, that was Johnson who picked up his basset hound by the ears. Oh, he likes it, see? That was Lyndon Johnson. We've had some great presidents, haven't we? Yeah, that's my dog here. Look, he likes this. And
Nick has a basset hound.
I do.
You ever pick him up by his ears?
Oh, it would break my heart. That's the
was
last
gonna say,
thing I could do.
President Johnson is wrong. They don't like
He
this.
was wrong, yes. All right, anybody want to check in with the Radio from Hell show? Anybody dare?
Yes, we can begin. 877-602-9696. We can begin with Caleb. Hi, Caleb.
Good morning, Caleb. How are you?
Hi, good morning. I'm doing well. Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. Caleb, you sound bright and cheery. What are you doing today?
I am just about to go into voting location training. I'm going to be a poll worker, like assistant manager at a precinct in Ohio.
Oh, excellent.
So you're just volunteering to do that, and you're going to be a poll, like a monitor or something, right? Voting monitor?
Yeah.
So that's you will be stationed at some voting location in Iowa, did you say? Or Ohio?
Ohio. Yeah, Ohio.
And to make sure that everything goes properly and all of that, right?
So you're a Russian agent. That's what you're saying, Caleb. You're a plant. You're a...
Yeah, something like that, I guess. I mean, oh, wait, no.
You're going to go figure out how to let dead people vote, right?
Something of the sort, yeah.
Well, I
didn't want to say, though... Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you go fine. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did want to say, though, to everybody, please do vote early because we are having a little bit of issues so far as getting our training going and getting people and all of that. Mm-hmm. And goodness knows if that's the case here in Ohio, where it's sort of a swing state, then that could be the case with absolutely anywhere. Like, we're not getting our online training out quite right. We're supposed to have an in-person training and then these online modules, and we're not getting the online logins going. Maybe we do have Russians or something. I don't know.
Why is that? Why?
I'm not sure. I might find out today, but they're having, I don't know, just some sort of, they're saying system bugs or something where they're just not getting the links out to people who are supposed to be doing the online modules. Like, they're supposed to get emails out and they're not getting them.
Now, I would point out that Caleb is probably not an official spokesperson for the
Definitely not. Definitely not. No.
Yeah. This is
But I would point
second
out,
and third hand knowledge here.
But I would point out, won't that be convenient for the lawsuit later?
The lawsuit that will happen.
Yeah. This will be convenient for the lawsuit.
Yes.
Not against you,
Indeed,
Caleb.
yes. This is definitely, I mean, this, it's getting kind of in the way of some of the people that we're trying to train up to work at our precincts. I'm a little nervous, personally, not as a whole. Like, I'm a little nervous that it might mean that we'll have a few less people on Election Day working at the polls, which will make for, of course, longer lines, slower processes and such. We'll still be able to count them. It'll just take longer. So
I'm going to advise people to do something. If you want to make a lot of money right now, invest in pitchforks and torches. Just find a pitchfork company and company that makes pitchforks and a company that makes torches and invest in them now.
Thank you,
That's all
Caleb.
I can say. We'll see you, Caleb.
All right. Let's go to Riley. Hi, Riley.
Riley, hi.
Hi. Good morning.
Hi.
You sound a little subdued. What's up?
Oh, just another great day up here in Seattle. Long time FOP. Had a few questions. I just wanted to ask if the advocates would handle, like, medical malpractice, in your opinions on that.
I think they do handle some medical malpractice stuff, yeah.
They do.
because I've recommended my family go to the Brighton Denner, Dr. Carol Kelly, or
Well, this let's not get into details of the case.
What I mean is he's a great dentist, and so we trust your advice. That's all.
Oh, I see.
okay,
So
great.
you have recommended your family go to Dr.
Yeah.
Carol.
You went from one to that, and
Yeah.
so
You scared us a little bit
you need
there.
to, yeah.
Oh no.
Okay.
Do that to you again.
All right.
All right. But yeah, the advocates would do that. Go UtahAdvocates.com. They can
All right.
answer your
Appreciate
questions.
work.
It's free.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Riley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Riley. Okay. All right. Let's
That
get
was a
some.
little scary.
Yeah. Traffic, please, Gina.
Sorry, I was looking up a Pitchfork Company.
Who makes pitchforks?
Oh well, there's the Little Giant makes a pitchfork.
They
the,
do.
The ladder company.
Invest
yeah.
locally.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
so
go.
that would be the preferred pitchfork of the Radio from Hell show.
Now
The
I have to
Little
find
Giant
somebody who makes torches. Pitchforks for the Radio from Hell show supplied by Little Giant.
In England, torches are not what you're thinking.
What are
They're
what?
flashlights.
Flashlights.
Oh.
Yeah. No, we want
flames.
torches,
Fire.
flame torches.
Yeah.
Crash northbound I-15, 5600 south. This is up to Roy, off to the left shoulder there. And crash southbound Legacy Parkway 9th North in Davis County. That is also off to the right shoulder. And if you see something or know of where you can get a good sale on a pitchfork or a torch, text it to us, 33986. Save up to $150 off Big O brand tires now through October 11th, only at Big O Tires, the team you trust.
All right. Well, we have big boy news and opinioendo next, and maybe it'll just be a full strength big boy news because we don't have any must goes.
No, we got a bunch in.
Oh, they did come in? All right, good. You can still send yours in, radio-from-hell@x96.com. Just put must go in the subject line, and we'll get them on the radio here in about 15 minutes. X96.
So I saw this story too this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing.
That's
a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've
there,
got
right?
the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
Yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably
Which
is.
it could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg
Yeah.
scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The hearer's the.
Is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
Well, we don't know if it
his
was whether
ventilator.
it's his or Chris's, because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So
Well,
what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top
no,
of the table.
If okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
Yeah, that
Cheap
pause. That
and
pause
look,
is
that tells me he knows it's coming.
the pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up?
So
Like he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up.
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed and
Well, yeah,
all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Whoa.
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How can you
raggedy.
tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All
are
right.
listening to the show. You're smarter than
Thank
we
you
are.
very much.
Very good.
Boy News and Opinioendo Now, brought to you by...
The Blocks is downtown Salt Lake. Join us for downtown Salt Lake City open streets from 6 to 10 p.m. each Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, now until October 10th. For more, visit theblockslc.com.
I thought it was interesting how the Salt Lake Tribune approached this story. Utah's Post Malone leads the nominations for the Billboard Music Awards.
Sure.
Utah resident Post Malone leads the field, 16 Billboard Music Award nominations, including Top Artist. He is nominated for Top Male Artist, Top Billboard 200 Artist, Top 100 Artist, Top Streaming Songs Artist, Top Song Sales Artist, Top Radio Songs, Top Rap Male. It goes on and on and on in these silly categories. I think the Billboard Awards, they just categorize everything down into, infinitesimal little categories. So that's fine. That's great. His album Hollywood Bleeding, which I've listened to and is really, although not my favorite kind of music, is quite good. He recorded it in Utah, by the way, released it in September of last year, and it was number one on the Billboard charts for a long time. So the Salt Lake Tribune just focused on that. They should have also mentioned, though, that Billie Eilish, whose uncle lives here in Salt Lake City and who I have lunch with on occasion, also has been nominated for
That should have been the headline. Bill Allred's friend and Billie Eilish's uncle. That should have been the headline.
Yeah, it should have said
Lead
something
with
along
Bill
the
Allred.
lines.
Yeah.
I would have been happy with Utah's Post Malone and Billie Eilish, who is Bill Allred's, no, that's not
Friend's niece.
uncles, but he has, yeah. Listen, I'll have you know that when I had lunch with Billie Eilish's uncle Monday, he said, I have to have a little operation on my vocal cords. And I said, why? What's happened there? And he said, well, there's a nodule there, and I got it at last year's, was it the Emmys or the Grammys or something? I think it must have been the Grammys. Yeah, he said it was at the Grammys. It was an after party, and I was down there because, Billie is my niece, and I was there at the after party with her mother, my sister, and I was 5 feet away from her, but I had to yell constantly because the music was so loud at the after party. So her uncle has taken a hit because to support his niece, Billie Eilish. So that should have been in the news too, but totally overlooked that. I just think that's terrible. Well, in a matter of months, the coronavirus crisis has exploded into pandemic proportions like a wave. The numbers of people getting sick and killed by the virus have swelled in quick succession, leaving many people isolated and bereft of their family members and wondering how the hell did we get here. Since the first known COVID-19 death in February, more than 200,000 Americans now dead here in this country. A timeline reveals a country trying to come to terms with the crisis while the death toll continues to rise, surpassing losses of major wars now. The death toll surpasses the attacks on 9/11 and numerous other threats. And it goes on. And we don't... People now are hoping for the vaccine and hoping that will put a stop to it. But even if the vaccine started tomorrow, we would still be in a world of hurt, trying to, catch up, trying to get enough people vaccinated that we start developing some kind of immunity, that we tamp it down. And nobody knows for sure. Nobody really, really knows whether a vaccine will ever stop this virus. We just hope against hope that it will. Things in Utah have not been going well. Governor Herbert yesterday said Provo and Orem are going to orange status on the state's COVID-19 restriction scale in response to a surge in the cases. Provo and Orem account for over 57% of Utah County's cases last week, and in some areas, those two cities were between 3 and 6 times more likely to have COVID-19 than the rest of the state, said state epidemiologist Angela Dunn. The governor was expected to maybe restrict some cities, and he declined to do that. Rich County in northern Utah is actually going to be allowed to lower its restriction level to green. That's because nobody lives there.
Yeah, but I would say, because I listened to that news conference yesterday, and he was asked multiple times in different ways, why no statewide mask mandate? And he always says the same thing. Well, because different communities are different and have different issues. Is the virus any less contagious in Rich County than it is in Salt Lake? No. Well, it's a rural community and they mostly socially distance. Yeah, but then they go into town and get gas and go to the grocery store. Is it asking too much for people that live in Rich County to keep a mask in their truck and when they drive to town, put a mask on and go to the grocery store? This is why this is the hill he is dying on. I don't understand.
And he said, we're focusing on Provo and Orem. Like nobody drives from Payson to Provo and back.
I do. I know how. I figured it out. I have finally figured it out.
These boundaries.
I finally figured it out why Governor Herbert continues to do this and why a lot of people like him continue to do it. They firmly believe in people having people do the right thing without the government forcing them to.
BS. Because there is instance after
no, it's
instance after-
BS. Sure, it's BS, but that's what they believe. That's what he firmly sticks to.
Why aren't car dealerships open on Sundays? Because people will do the right thing and they're not supposed to shop on Sundays, but maybe other people will.
Well, the reason
Or
car
s-
dealers are not open on Sundays is because the car dealer lobby said we don't want to be open on Sunday.
I was trying to think of an innocuous, but I was making the point yesterday about DUIs. Don't people just know that the right thing to do is not driving while drunk? Why is that against the law if we're just
should.
hoping people do the right thing? Why is anything against the law?
No, Gina, that logic doesn't figure into this.
Yeah, I mean, evidence to the contrary. He still believes this.
Exactly, Carrie.
Those-
Logic
those
does not
good-
figure into it.
Those good people that are making good decisions and know that wearing a mask is important are already doing it.
He can't
a mandate is
understand-
for those people that don't think that.
Governor Herbert can't understand when he says, look, I wear a mask all the time because I want to protect my neighbors. And I would hope that my neighbors would do the same thing for me. That's what I believe people should do. I firmly believe that people, given their better natures, will do the right thing.
They're not. Some
He
people
does-
are, and they're doing it. But for the rest of you that aren't, you're still dangerous to everybody else.
Utah County has announced that they will have a mask mandate. The Utah County Health Department and County Commissioners Tanner Ainge and Nathan Ivey issued joint public health order on Tuesday, implementing new face mask mandates beginning immediately, effective to October 20th. That move they're going to let it up. I think they're going to October 20th to reassess because they're still hoping that kids can go trick or treating or something. I don't know. The move comes as the Department of Health announced that the state recorded. We've already been through those figures there, but a lot of new cases. The majority in businesses and residents have done a great job voluntarily complying with the guidelines and implementing changes, but often at great cost. But residents, please, we're now having a mandate. The commission says we have a mandate. You must wear a mask. Provo Mayor Michelle Kafusi, remember she was a big anti-masker, tweeted that Governor Herbert's order was disappointing. I think that they're going to the orange level, but it can and should serve as a community rallying cry to more vigilantly follow health guidelines so we can quickly move back to yellow to protect our local economy from further damage. Of course, the orange restriction urges a limit on the size of public gatherings, indoor and outdoor, to 20 people. The less restrictive yellow category recommends 50. But do they go around enforcing it? That's the other thing.
No,
Not
that's
much.
that word. That's the word there, urges.
Mm-hmm.
That's the mealy mouth words that they put in there to make it so that it's not, enforced.
Bumblebee tuna. I don't even really want to go into that right now. I just want you to listen to this Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump at a rally yesterday, and I want you to just listen carefully to the things he says, and then ask yourself, is this person fit to be running the United States of America? Listen to this.
But you remember that beautiful day? It was 10 days late. You had these people from CNN and other places. These are friendly protests. It's a lovely thing to say. As he's getting rocks and cans of tuna fish. They go out and buy tuna fish and soup. You know that, right? Goya, I hope. Goya, he's great, isn't he? Good guy. They go out and buy Goya because they throw it. They throw it. It's the perfect weight. Tuna fish, they could really rip it, right? And that hits you. No, it's true. Bumblebee brand tuna. And you can throw that sucker, you can put a curve on it, you can do whatever the hell you want. And the cops in Chicago, you saw it, they're going like this. It was terrible. And they're not allowed to fight back. They're not allowed to fight back. These guys, if they fight back, nobody's going to be there very long throwing things. But they throw, but they're professionals, they're anarchists, and they're paid for by outside stupid rich people that...
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. 4 more years. 4 more years.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, last Monday, the NFL issued its warning, and the league has taken action. Coaches are supposed to wear masks at NFL games, and they're not. And they're being fined $100,000 each for failing to properly wear masks.
No, that's not unnecessary. We should just urge them to do the right thing.
Yeah, just ask them
You're
nicely.
taking the words right out of my mouth,
Yeah.
Bill. Why don't they know that they should just do the right thing?
Yeah.
No, they're being fined $100,000.
I'm Gary Herbert, your new president of football.
Do the right thing.
Just do the right thing. Weather hot today, 85. Tomorrow we could even get up to around 90. And we're still super hazy. Kerry's got that Neffs Canyon fire close to his house.
Is that still going?
I checked the Twitter feed. There hasn't been a report as of 9 hours ago. So I'm assuming, or maybe they're just not updating us yet. I don't know.
Not till the light of day, maybe. It makes it easier to... but anyway, the air quality is bad because we got California's smoke and Oregon's smoke and our own smoke. Traffic, we've got a crash, I-15 northbound, 5600 south in Roy. Cars are blocking the left lane and shoulder and causing some slowage in the area. And front of the program says northbound I-15, 5600 south. Oh, that's the same one, yeah. But they sent that in via text at 33986. If you see something, let us know.
All right. Things that must go brought to you by?
Scott Hale is offering a preseason furnace and AC tune-up for just $54. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hale Show.
These are things that are bugging you, our dear friends of the program, and this is a chance to get it off your chest. Send your Must Goes to radiofromhell at x96.com. Put Must Go in the subject line, and maybe before you read it on the air, it'll soothe your soul. It'll make you feel better about the things that are just getting your, just getting you in your craw and sticking there. And at the very least, it'll make you feel better. So, Must Goes. Carrie, you want to start today?
Okay. Let's see. Good morning, lords and lady. This absolutely must go. Whispering at the office. We are all adults here. Well, most of us are mature enough to be considered adults. Anyway, when you change your pitch depending on who is near, it is obvious that you are spewing negative opinions about someone when you intentionally lower your voice to the point that no one but your gossip partner can hear. But you were just talking out loud in a regular tone, so stop it. Thank you for letting me listen. I've been a listener since 16. I'm now 31. Oh, my. Much love. Let's see, this one, thanks for letting me listen. Please make this go. My crazy coworker being jealous that our creepy security guard has decided that I'm his buddy because, as she's told me repeatedly, she's the pretty one, not me. I'm the smart one.
I meant that as a compliment.
Yeah.
And finally, this one, having to fact-checked the President of the United States must go. Yeah. Gina?
This is one from Please Don't Use My Name, and you'll see why, because it's from a local teacher. Things that must go. School districts that are only concerned with appeasing parents and politicians and asking teachers to put their lives on the line every day. When a teacher that we know is on a ventilator, they're continuing in-person instruction until after a football game, so the football game doesn't have to be canceled. Districts and parents who believe if students are failing, that it's solely the teacher's fault, but the kids aren't logging onto their computer to do the schoolwork. Those who believe teaching all day in person to students at school and then posting everything we did that day online for online and hybrid learners only takes about 5 minutes. School districts and administrators who are forcing their teachers to sit in classrooms from 3:30 p.m. till 7 p.m. for parent-teacher conferences that are all on Zoom. I can do that from home, but they're making them do it at school.
Really?
School districts and parents who believe that in the space of 5 minutes, when one class ends and the next begins, teachers have to be able to do the following. Release students by rows so they don't rush out through the door. Then spray all the desks down with a gooey sanitizer. Then make sure each kid has a paper towel when they walk in to dry their desk off, all while making sure the students in the hallways are socially distancing, wearing masks as they walk, because we're magic. Not sure if this will work, but at the very least, nice to hear it come out of someone else's mouth. Thank you. And then we have this one. My name is Lexa. Things that must go. My husband not refilling the ice cube trays must go.
Yeah.
I always make sure we have many, many ice cubes and more on the way. I make some empty into ice cube bin, then fill the tray and freeze more. It takes no time. I go to get ice cubes. There's maybe 2 or 3 cubes if I'm lucky, and 4 empty ice cube trays. Ice cubes take time, you know?
Yeah.
If you use the ice cubes, refill. And people not replacing toilet paper rolls must go. At home, work, anywhere. Fine, be lazy. Maybe you're in a hurry, late, tired, whatever. You don't even have to put it on the toilet paper holder, but at least set a new roll nearby. That's another level of laziness beyond my comprehension. Leaving everyone else hanging like that really needs to go. Thank you.
And if the dishwasher is empty, don't leave your bowl in the sink.
Exactly.
Put it in the dishwasher.
Exactly.
That was all from my wife, wasn't it? This one says, Bill, good morning to the most negative people on the radio.
So negative.
Here's a list of things that must go. The students that use my disposable masks not out of need, but out of laziness must go. You have your own mask in your damn backpack. Pull it out and use it. These masks are a finite resource, and using them for any reason other than necessity is not acceptable. When they run out, you get to go back to online learning and zero social life. Also, the kids that grab one of these masks from me and then leave them unused on the floor to be walked on. You spoiled little turds! Wear a damn mask! Stop wasting them! Stop bitching at me like it's my fault there's a pandemic. Also, my coworkers that bring up politics in every discussion, no matter the context. Yeah, Bob, you're a 55-plus white guy that's never lived outside of Utah. I know you're a Republican. Stop reminding me, because I don't need any more reasons to dislike you. Oh, and Bob, saying the same joke multiple times doesn't make it any more funny. I didn't laugh because it's not funny, not because I'm deaf. Bob, and everyone like him must go. And thanks for letting me listen and giving me some sort of passive-aggressive outlet to express my rage. Bitching should be an Olympic sport at this point. With love, Lady Raccoon. And then this one, anti-maskers calling themselves responsible people who wear masks, who call responsible people who wear masks in public sheep or followers. You have a different shepherd. Just stop it. Saying, If you don't like it here, then leave. Listen, our country was created so that if we don't like something, we can try to change it. Crippling depression, just snap out of it. Love the disco unicorn. And then finally, there was one in my email. To these people who believe COVID-19 to be man-made by China, then the virus itself is a terrorist attack on America, if you believe that. The worst attack yet. Why not do your part in fighting against this terror attack? Why not wear a mask? People died in a Pennsylvania field attempting to regain control of an airplane. And you won't wear a mask.
Oh, that's
Amen.
perfect. That's
Amen.
perfect.
Okay, all right.
Absolutely.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Traffic.
Well, a couple of friends of the program say they're out driving and can see the Neffs Canyon fire glowing in the early morning light. So,
Yep.
oh,
friends
there it
of the
is.
program sending me photos that they have just taken.
Yeah. So don't be distracted while you're driving looking at that fire. But it's still there, unfortunately. Crash I-15 northbound 5600 south in Roy. Cars are blocking the left lane and shoulder, and a couple friends of the program sent me in information about that one, and they did that via text at 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We do have boners coming up, of course, round one of your boners, and get ready to ask your questions of Dr. Cobble about the coronavirus rather than relying on Facebook, which you shouldn't for any news at all. You can talk to an actual doctor. So get your questions ready and be ready to call in at about 7:45 to Dr. Cobble. He will be here on the phone. And now a message from the state of Utah.
Look, I'm a believer in people doing the right thing if you talk to them about it, and I believe that as much as Governor Herbert. I think you can encourage people to do the right thing if they see the risk involved. Now, look, You have got people, a lot of people in your homes, in your families, who have chronic illnesses, lung disease, heart or immune system conditions. Diabetes is one. Obesity is another. Those who are not in higher risk categories can protect those people who are your family members, your grandpas and grandmas and aunts and uncles, and sometimes your children who have these risk factors. You can protect them from the coronavirus, because if it gets them, I mean, I tell my kids, if you bring home the coronavirus to this house, I'm a dead man. So now there are people out there going, I hope that. No. All of these things you can find out about if you go to coronavirus.utah.gov. Please do that right now.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina, brought to you today by Hastur Games. Hastur Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Hastur also buys used games. Hastur Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasturGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon. Wow. Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Kerry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line 1, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no specifics.
Transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line 2 is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line 3 is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those. So
Okay.
here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house? 2, white woman in trouble? 3, can you bring some donuts? 4, I've fallen and I can't get up.
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad? What,
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
You wanna hear- A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I gotta
enjoying...
go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People should expect me to do that again. That was a
That may
special-
never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
It's
I'm
like,
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell.
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guessed.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. All right, 7:07.
That makes no impression on people when they hear that.
No.
Some people. It makes no impression on them. I don't get it.
No, we were talking about this yesterday. How can you be undecided still?
I mean, I don't understand when you say, if you say to a Trump supporter, well, the administration delayed CDC reports on the coronavirus, how it spread in the air and so forth. So they delayed that report because it conflicted with the messaging that they wanted to put out.
Mm-hmm.
That's wrong. That's a lie. It's an evil thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you say that to them, they go, well, yeah, where'd you hear that? Huh?
Because Joe Rogan said you're a wuss for wearing a mask. You know, I mean, that's the kind of stuff we're up against.
Anyway.
You have good news, Gina? Any good
I have a
news?
sailor update.
Oh, okay.
Sailor. Hey, Sailor. It's Hey, Sailor with Gina Barberi. I think we need a
That's
line.
a new segment, yes.
And now it's time for Hey, Sailor with
Hey,
Gina
Sailor.
Barberi.
I got a letter from Festus.
Mail from a swabby?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what you call them? Swabbies?
From the Recruit Training Command in Great Lakes, Illinois.
Yeah.
He wanted me to pass along to friends of the program who've sent in emails for him. He loves your letters. So if you want to send Festus a letter, email me, gene@x96.com, and I'll print them out and mail them to him because he's desperate for entertainment and information because he's got no access to news or what's going on. So last time I sent him the Tribune article that Sean Means did about In the Venue closing because I thought that would be something that he would.
Mm-hmm.
And I shouldn't have sent that. I shouldn't send him bad news.
Well, so
He was very upset about In the Venue closing.
So how is it he's able to get this kind of information from private citizens, but he's on some sort of blackout? You would think that the Navy would intercept all of these messages as well.
Well, I don't think it's that you're on a blackout from information. It's just you're at boot camp. You're not on the internet or watching TV in boot camp. You're doing push-ups and
You're doing stuff with your boots, apparently.
But so he went through 2 rounds of quarantine because he didn't have coronavirus, but other people did test positive. And I'm part of a mom's Facebook group. This is where Facebook can be good. For his division, moms and wives and family, and so you kind of chat with each other about their experiences, and lots of people weren't getting their mail, and there were these sad moms who get these letters from their kids saying, "I've sent you 5 letters and I haven't heard anything from you. Have you forgotten about me?" And the moms are like, "I've sent you 12 letters." So it's a little nerve-wracking, but we're getting close to the end. He's supposed to graduate from boot camp on October 5th.
Oh, good.
And then he will move on to Texas where he'll go to the medic training school. And he'll be able to have his phone and stuff there so I can talk to him once he's there. But the graduation is usually something that the family goes to. It's kind of a big deal graduating from boot camp. But obviously that's not happening. They'll have a virtual one we can watch. But I wanted to get him a present for graduation, which is also kind of hard to do now.
You know,
And
they'll
one of-
deliver Aggie ice cream right to your door now. You could
That's
send him
true.
some Aggie ice cream.
But one of the moms in the Facebook group had this idea, and I thought this was really cool. And it goes along with my Take Back the Flag initiative. There's a Capitol flag program, Utah State Capitol, for like $35. You can sponsor a flag that will fly over the Capitol on a certain day. And then they take the flag down and fold it up and mail it to whomever you like.
It's an American flag. It's not
Yeah,
like you
well,
can't have the Jolly Roger or a pea flag of some sort. Or you can't do that.
You have your choice of the American flag or the Utah State flag. But I signed up for this, so they will, on the day of his graduation, the flag that will be flying over the Utah State Capitol, that's Festus's flag.
Only
Oh.
$30?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
That's cheap.
Yeah, I know. They could charge more for that, I would think.
Maybe you should have waited. You should wait until the new Salt Lake City flag comes out. Do that.
But I think that's super cool. And so and you can do it for, it's a special thing. I think it's mostly like military kind of stuff, but I think anybody can do it.
That's interesting that you can do that.
Yeah, you just go to utahstatecapital.utah.gov, and it's the state capital flag program. It was super easy. I just sent in an email with his. They just want, his, and they make him a little certificate with his name on it and the date the flag flew, and
nice.
And
that's nice.
And they'll send it to him after. So
I looked up Swabby, by the way. One who operates or navigates a seagoing vessel, but they're, as in ahoy me Swabbies. It's time to hoist the Jolly Roger. But there are a lot of good synonyms for Swabby as well that we could refer to your son Festus as? A gob, a jack tar,
That
a
sounds
sea
like
dog.
something you shouldn't be able to say on the radio.
He's a sea dog. That's what he is. He's a swabby, a tar, but I kind of like gob. Or he's just a hardy. Maybe hardy.
Yeah, I like that. Or
Can be a
matey.
hardy.
What about matey?
Matey. I like matey. Yeah.
Let's see matey on there. Words
All right.
related to swabby. He's a crewman, a deckhand, a shipmate, an able-bodied seaman. Oh, a lubber. That's good.
Oh, yeah, because we're landlubbers.
We're landlubbers, so he's a lubber.
Mm-hmm.
A lime juicer.
It's your,
Or
so
a
you don't
limey.
get scurvy.
Yeah, or a limey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this has been
Hello, sailor boy!
with Gina Barberi.
There you go.
Hey. Thank you, Carrie.
News about her jack tar son, Festus.
All right.
Let's see. Oh, we got boners coming up now. Round
Yes.
one, right?
Round one.
Let me grab those here. Okay. Here are your boner candidates for round one. Number one. I almost wish this wasn't the first candidate, but I don't. They can put them in. The interns can put them in any order they like. So here's number one.
All right.
I don't need people gawking at my dead family.
Jeez.
Boner candidate number two. Let's see her reject this. And number three, chillin'. Just chillin', dude.
All right. Round one of your boners. Big boy news, all coming up after these. X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are about to encounter the Borg for the second time.
Man, these Borg ships sure are sparsely decorated and poorly lit.
Well, I sure hope we get to spend more time with the Borg this time. I mean, last time we didn't even get to the first discussion.
I am 5 of 7. I am here to show you the way.
Hey, that's why we're here too.
Hello, Mr. 5 of 7. We met your cousin 3 of 7 last time. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know.
The Mormons. Yes, your exploits are known throughout the collective.
Hey, Lehigh, we're famous, huh?
All Borg are one. Whatever one experiences becomes available to all.
Well, that would speed up fasted testimony meetings. Say, where are you taking us?
To her chambers. She is expecting you.
I don't like the sound of that.
Welcome, elders. I have been anticipating your arrival.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Lehigh, and he's Butch.
Hi.
I have wonderful plans for you boys. Together we will rule over the perfect Borg galaxy.
Well, I hope this can wait until after our mission is over.
Ma'am, who exactly are you, and why do you have plans for us?
I am the Borg.
Well, I thought they were the Borg.
They are, and I am. And once we assimilate you two, you will be Borg as well.
Oh, I get it. He's a Borg, she's a Borg. Everywhere a Borg. Old MacDonald had a Borg.
Knock it off, Butch.
Oh.
We better come up with a plan quick, or we're going to be assimilated.
Okay, Ms. Borg, tell you what. I'll give you my new fender flares and the luggage rack off of Lehigh's bike, and we'll just be on our way.
You will look cute in black rubber suits, and I have picked out some special prosthetic parts for each of you. Soon you will be my lieutenants, my consorts, my special friends. Together we will assimilate the Federation, then the Romulans, then the Cardassians, and then whoever else we can find. And we will have fun doing it. Hook them to the assimilator.
Hey, come on, let us go!
Nothing like the assimilation of new young men to make one forget about how Locutus left me without saying goodbye.
Something is wrong. The assimilation process has failed.
They have already been assimilated by a stronger force than the Borg.
Quick, shut down the machinery. The feedback could contaminate the collective. What have you done to my beloved collective?
Well, once you hooked us up to that gizmo over there, all of our experiences were spread throughout the entire Borg race.
Lehigh and I were able to bear our testimonies to more than 7 billion beings at one time.
It was kind of like General Conference, except without the crying babies and the old people going to sleep.
Yeah.
We not only got to give the first discussion to the Borg, but to pretty much teach the whole gospel to all of them at once. Could it be? Have the Borg finally met their match? Could Butch and Lehigh be immune to the assimilation process? Tune in next time to hear the Borg say...
I am Elder 5 of 7, and this is my companion 4 of 9. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You know, the Mormons.
Oh, you've turned the most feared race in the galaxy into a bunch of jello-loving, suburban-driving moral goody-goodies.
Well, you think that people were afraid of you before. Wait until you start approaching planets now. Man, I'd hate to play ward ball against these guys.
I think our work here is done. Hey, can we count all 7 billion as converts?
Well, technically we didn't baptize them. We'll have to check with Zone Leader Hansen just to be sure.
What about me? I was queen. I was the most powerful being in the galaxy, ruler of an entire race of warriors. What am I supposed to do now?
Well, I guess you are now the most powerful Relief Society president in the galaxy. Congratulations. Gotta go.
Bye-bye, sister.
On the next artificial limb attaching episode of Space Elders!
Okay, let's get this going then. Round 1 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. You see, if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We'll do this again with 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. We'll take both of our winners, one from each round, and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fights. Right now you're picking your champion for round 1. Send one of these 3 forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
We still have that Boner t-shirt there in studio, Nick, that you can show people. Oh, yes.
We're just giving away that same shirt every time.
X96.com/live.
It feels that way.
All right, here's Boner candidate number 1. I don't need people gawking at my dead family. Vanessa Bryant, the widow of Kobe Bryant. I think this story has been up before, but there's more to it now. Is suing the L.A. County Sheriff and his departments after deputies reportedly took photos of Kobe and Gianna Bryant's bodies at the helicopter crash site in January. In the lawsuit, Vanessa says no fewer than 8 sheriff's deputies at the crash site pulled out their personal cell phones and snapped photos of the dead children, the parents, and coaches. The deputies took these photos for their own personal gratification. The widow is claiming the photos and their distribution among officers caused her emotional distress, and she says the pictures were the subject of conversation that had no investigative purpose. And she knows this because Apparently, one deputy pulled out his phone at a bar and showed some photos to try and impress a woman he was trying to pick up.
Ugh.
And she was suitably disgusted.
I hope.
And talked about it. Vanessa is suing Sheriff Alex Villanueva, alleging he tried to cover the whole thing up, telling deputies that they would not face repercussions if they deleted the photos. Now, she's fearful that they didn't, or some of them didn't, that not all of the photos were deleted. And in the lawsuit, it says Ms. Bryant feels ill at the thought of strangers gawking at images of her deceased husband and child, and she lives in fear that she or her children will one day confront horrific images of their loved ones online.
That's the thing about digital images, that once they are captured, they are somewhere forever. There's no way to completely get rid of them.
The bar incident, I misstated that just a little bit. Apparently, a deputy at a bar showed a woman the photos in an effort to impress her, and the bartender overheard the conversation and reported it. That's what exposed the whole thing in the sheriff's department. The lawsuit claims that Villanueva's attempt to cover up the photos was a destruction of evidence. Vanessa says Villanueva should never even told the families about the photos. She only learned about it through the media.
Yeah, that's because I'm thinking about her. Someday you're just scrolling through the internet.
Yeah.
And those are the kind of things that can just pop up. Can you imagine that picture without searching for it, just ending up somewhere that you accidentally see it?
Even if you don't see it, the thought that it's out there and other people are seeing it, that's bad. Boner candidate number 1. I don't need people gawking at my dead family. Boner candidate number 2. Yeah, let's see her reject this. California man has been found guilty of putting his... I know his special sauce, his...
Okay, don't keep, just, okay.
Should I just use the clinical term?
We've already spent too much time on this.
Putting it in a colleague's water bottle on her workspace after she rejected his advances. Stevens Millen Castro, 30 years old, convicted on assault and battery charges stemming from his attempts to retaliate against the woman in La Palma between November 2016 and January 2017. Prosecutors allege that Mr. Millen Castro was obsessed with his coworker, asked her out on a date, then began to incessantly stare at her after she turned him down. The woman asked her boss to tell him to cut it out, but that didn't stop him. She filed a complaint with the HR department. Then on several occasions, the woman came back to work to find a murky substance in her half-full water bottle. And there was a murky substance on her keyboard. Boner candidate number 2. Yeah, let's see her reject this. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Just chilling, dude.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by.
Help save a life, be part of the solution. Earn up to $500 this month at Grifols Plasma. Go to grifolsplasma.com for more information.
The first time in 17 years, the cast of West Wing, Carrie, will reunite.
Yes.
Along with show creator Aaron Sorkin and executive producer-director Thomas Schlamme, for a special benefit stage presentation of a 2002 episode of The West Wing on HBO Max. The October 15th reunion will support When We All Vote, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. Yeah, nonpartisan. Bunch of liberals. Co-chaired by Michelle Obama. Cast members Rob Lowe, Dule Hill, Allison Janney, Janelle Maloney, Richard Schiff will be there, Bradley Whitford and Martin Sheen, all reprising their roles from the 3rd season called Hartsfield Landing. A West Wing special to benefit When We All Vote will also include act breaks with guest appearances from these nonpartisan people: Michelle Obama, Bill Clinton, Lin-Manuel Miranda, Emmy-winning composer W.G. Snuffy Walden will perform the West Wing score on guitar. and folk rock band the Avett Brothers will close out the special. All a bunch of nonpartisan, yeah. So it'll be the Hartsville Landing episode is an interesting one that they picked. It finds Martin Sheen's President Bartlett engaging both Sam and Toby, Rob Lowe and Richard Schiff, in an intricate chess match that mirrors the wily game of brinksmanship that Bartlett is playing with the Chinese, who are conducting war games in the Taiwan Strait. The Chinese threaten real war if Taiwan begins test firing its new U.S.-made Patriot missiles. So he's playing chess with those two, and he's playing chess with the Chinese at the same time. So, because he could do it all, damn it, President Bartlett.
He could.
During an appearance on Tuesday's episode of the Gangster Goddess broadcast, a Sopranos rewatch podcast presented by
podcast for everything.
Yeah,
there is. Yeah,
presented by Sopranos star Drea De Matteo and co-host Chris Kushner, and Lorraine Bracco was the guest. She played the psychiatrist. What was her name on the show?
Dr. Melfi.
Dr. Melfi.
Melfi, that's right. So she said, let me tell you what we did one time to James Gandolfini. So we got this fart machine, and you put it under your chair, but that was too cunning. So we've disguised it really well. And then I said, listen, Jimmy, I don't feel so good. I don't know what I ate. I'm sweating. And then I get up and my stomach's killing me and the whole thing. And then I would clench, and when I would clench, this guy off stage would press the button. and the fart machine would go off, and I kept doing it, and he was very concerned for me.
Are you okay?
Yeah, he didn't get it. He didn't realize he was being pranked by a fart machine.
Are you all right, Lorraine? You okay?
Then finally he says, "You're just effing around with me," and grabbed me and took my chair and lifted up the cushion. There was nothing there because we concealed it somewhere else. Oh, those funny guys. This is big news. Buoyed by positive results in earlier studies, Johnson & Johnson has begun the final stage of clinical trials for its coronavirus vaccine. Although they are a couple of months behind the other so-called Phase 3 trials in the U.S., Johnson & Johnson trials will be the largest, with plans to enroll 60,000 participants, and the experimental vaccine may have considerable advantages over some of its competitors, experts said, because it doesn't need to be stored in sub-zero temperatures, the one they're developing, and they're saying only one dose required instead of two for their particular vaccine. It would be fabulous if we had something that had a single dose, said Dr. Judith Feinberg, co-chairwoman of research for medicine at West Virginia University. She was not involved in the study, but said that would be terrific if that can happen. I heard something today, too, and I don't have it in front of me, that a vaccine that we already use all the time may be effective against the coronavirus. And it's the mumps, measles, rubella vaccine.
MMR?
Yeah, which I don't think people my age or even your age, I don't think we've ever had that particular
Let me see when it started.
vaccine. But kids get it routinely.
Did.
Yeah, I had to get it like 2 years ago when I transferred over to the U.
You
did?
Now, why did you get one, Nick?
I didn't have proof of vaccinations, and just
Okay.
to make sure that I had that, I went.
Oh, that's right. You come from that whole family of anti-vaxxers. That's
True.
But so if that's the case,
1971 is when it came out.
So what's interesting about that is it's already a proven vaccine. It's proven safe. So they're going to start, and I don't know who owns it, or they're going to start doing clinical trials with that, and they can just go right to Phase 3 of clinical trials because it's already considered a safe vaccine. Utah County is issuing a mask mandate to slow the spread of COVID-19. The health department issued that public health order yesterday. The order bypasses the county commission, but was done with commissioner's blessing, according to a post on Twitter by Commission Chair Tanner Ainge. It follows public pressure from Gary Herbert, the governor for Utah County, to take action to get control of the coronavirus. BYU and UVU The presidents of those universities have warned students about changing their behavior before dramatic action will be taken. BYU President Kevin Worthen and UVU President Astrid Tumanez issued a joint statement just moments after it was announced that the cities of Provo and Orem would be going orange. Behavior must change. We implore you to stay home except for in-person classes, work, church, or other essentials. So don't party is what they're saying. The presidents say in the statement, we ask that you limit your social interactions to only those within your household. Avoid small gatherings where individuals aren't wearing masks. And if you don't do this, we are going to start throwing people out of school.
Now, I'm actually surprised BYU is having this problem because if they're good at anything, they're excellent tattletales.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm serious. Like,
Gina
if
Barber.
you're... No!
BYU students are good at anything, and it's not much, but
No,
they're sure
but-
good tattletales.
They are excellent at ratting people out on, my roommate had her boyfriend over in her room and the door was
bunch
closed.
of
Or my
narcs.
roommate was wearing this. Or I'm not wrong. They are great. So
Yeah,
why
yeah.
aren't they being mask tattletales? I want BYU mask tattletales because you're good at it.
The Neffs Canyon fire still burning. Now it's gotten bigger, 53 acres as of last night. No measurable amount of containment as of last night. Helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft with water platoons and about 80 firefighters working to contain the fire. Neffs Canyon above Olympus Cove there. Listen, Cindy McCain, widow of Republican stalwart John McCain, has come out publicly to endorse Joe Biden for president. My husband, she says, lived by a code, country first. We are Republicans, but we are Americans before we're Republicans. There is only one candidate in this race who stands up for our values as a nation, and that is Joe Biden, she said. Joe and I don't always agree on issues, and I know that he and John certainly had some passionate arguments, but he is a good and honest man. He will lead with dignity. He will be a commander-in-chief that the fighting force living in the history of the world can depend on, because he knows what it's like to send a child off to fight, she said. And Biden replied, Cindy, I'm deeply honored to have your support and friendship. The election is bigger than any one political party. It requires all of us to come together as one America to restore the soul of our nation. Together we will get that done.
And, of course, this was such an inconsequential endorsement that Trump immediately tweeted about it. So,
Yeah.
yeah, she can have Sleepy Joe.
Mm-hmm. You know, he wears a mask to cover up his plastic surgery scars. That's the only reason he does it.
Is that a new one?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
boy.
Covers up his plastic surgery scars. That's what it's for.
Oh.
Yeah.
I
We
want
have-
a boring,
he's a
smart
child.
president. I want
He's
a boring, smart president.
He's a child.
You know, everyone complains to me about, you guys talk about Trump too much. I would be happy to stop.
Please.
Let's get him out of office and let's make politics boring again. You remember when we didn't have to pay attention all the time?
Please,
All right.
if you want to make some money in the future, invest in pitchforks and torches.
Mm-hmm. All right. Remember, Dr. Cobble is coming up. You can ask him questions about the coronavirus. Yes, ask a doctor, not Facebook, questions about the coronavirus. Be ready to call in at 877-602-9696. Weather, traffic, Gina.
Yeah, hot again today and really hazy, unfortunately, because we're dealing with not only California and Oregon and Washington, but our own close-to-home local fires. 85 for a high today. I'm going to sneeze.
What is it you're supposed to do when
Look
you're
at a light
supposed
bulb.
to look at a light bulb or say what is it?
Cantaloupe.
Butterscotch.
Cantaloupe? Butterscotch.
Cantaloupe?
Anyway, try that. Try
Whatever
that.
it is, it
My
didn't
uncle on
work.
Facebook says that works. So.
Listen, we'll ask Dr. Cobble what you should do if you're about to sneeze.
Let's see. Hey, save up to $150 off Big O brand tires now through October 11th. Only at Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Chilling. Just chilling, dude. 28-year-old Michigan man Joseph Munoz told deputies after a bloody DUI crash, and they came upon him, What are you doing, sir? Oh, I'm just chilling. Collier County deputies responded to an accident. Man had hit a guardrail on the Tamiami Trail there in Florida, and deputies found Mr. Munoz covered in blood. They said, "What are you doing?" "Dude, I'm chilling. I'm just chilling." He was taken to the hospital for his injuries, where it was determined that he had a blood alcohol level of 2.201, 3 times the legal limit. He was charged with DUI. He was just chilling. Chilling, dude. That's what he's doing. Number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
A couple of really good candidates there. Number 1, I don't need people gawking at my dead family. Vanessa Bryant, widow of Kobe Bryant, her husband Kobe Bryant and her daughter killed in a helicopter crash. She's suing the Los Angeles sheriff and the department because deputies reportedly took photos of the deceased in the crash, in the wreckage. Boner candidate number 2, let's see her reject this. Man accused of putting his semen in a co-worker's water bottle because she wouldn't go out with him. And boner candidate number 3, chilling, just chilling, dude.
All right. Here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 2's voting. Round 2 happens at 8:20 with 3 more, 3 different candidates. We get a winner there as well. We'll take both of them and put them against each other. Be there at 9:20 to decide who is boner of the day. That's when boner fight happens. Right now, you're picking your champion for round 1. Send one of these 3 candidates forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, that number, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Okay, that's one way to vote. Another way is to call the producer's booth in Salt Lake there at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, September 23, 2020, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do so. Get your vote in for round 1. Here we go.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hawk. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Oh, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
You know, these tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, 3rd cave on the left, just past the 2nd snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Wait, hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit, while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
yuck. I don't think this wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke! Luke, wake up!
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben. It's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehi's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Butch and Lehi ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehi's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say... Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
That's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehi, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elder!
Okay, start lining up questions for Dr. Cobble. Yes, talk to a doctor about COVID.
Why would you talk to a doctor about that?
Yeah, I know. You've got Facebook there.
Local knows a guy who works with his friend who said that...
Talk to a doctor about COVID at 877-602-9696. Start lining up now. But quickly, let's award round one of your boners.
Brought to you in part by a what's called a Harvest Supper Salad.
And Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated stores. Moochie's is offering free delivery or pickup within designated areas. Call your local Moochie's to order.
So we had boner candidate number one. I don't need people gawking at my dead family. Vanessa Bryant, widow of Kobe Bryant, suing the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department because of deputies taking pictures of her dead husband and daughter in a helicopter crash last year. Boner candidate number two. Yeah, let's see her reject this. Man found guilty of putting his semen into a coworker's water bottle because she rejected his advances. And boner candidate number three, just chillin', dude. A drunk man telling the police after they come upon him in a car accident, he's covered in blood. They said, "What are you doing?" And he said, "I'm chilling." Man, chilling. Jack is one of the many people who have won that boner T-shirt right there in the studio.
That very one.
Jack's name goes right there on the list of people who are going to get that T-shirt. And the winner, I thought it was going to be a lock. I thought for sure that number one was unbeatable.
Yeah.
But no, boner candidate number two let's see her reject this.
Really?
Wins.
That's not right.
Well, I'm sorry, Gina. These are the figures that I have here.
Right,
if you have a question about it, take it up with the underpaid interns who slave away in the
I'm
booth there.
not them. I think it's the who's voting is voting wrong.
Shenanigans.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go. That's your winner of round 1. It now goes forward. Might be boner of the day. Round 2 coming up at 8:20, and then we'll get another winner there. And then boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when we'll decide boner of the day. So.
Oh, I have a question for Dr. Cobble. Are you there, Dr. Cobble?
Yes.
Hi. Good morning. Are you well? First of all, everybody
Yeah,
okay?
Doing great. Yep, everyone's great. Thank you.
Good. Now, I just heard. And by the way, if you all have questions for Dr. Cobble, please call us now at 87. What's the number?
877-602-9696.
Isn't it weird how sometimes it just flies out of your head when you know it as well as anything? I heard this morning, and I didn't source it or anything, but they're talking, saying that the mumps, measles, rubella vaccine might be effective in fighting COVID-19, and they're going to do clinical trials of that. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, so that data had come out probably a month or 6 weeks ago, that the MMR vaccine appears to give children an immune response that is protective. So I think it's really, it doesn't surprise me they're doing the study on that, but the MMR vaccine that the kids get appears to give them immunity up to 10 years or perhaps longer, which is part of the reason why they have less remarkable infections.
Wow. So they said that it's great that they can immediately begin phase 3 testing, I guess, on adults and stuff because it's already a proven safe vaccine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really safe vaccine. It's easy to do, and it's something, like we found out with pertussis, you had to give adults an extra Tdap vaccine because a lot of adults are getting pertussis older in life. So I think probably the MMR is stimulating cytokines, immune system molecules that kids make that specifically prevent this infection from attacking and replicating, or at least allowing the immune system to fight it off more quickly. And you've probably seen some studies on that in the last week or two, that kids have these immune response cells that respond remarkably better. We all make cytokines. Those are immune system chemicals, but the cytokines that adults tend to make are in response to adult behaviors. And what I mean by that is obesity and diabetes, and the cytokines that go along with obesity and diabetes are pro-inflammatory and very deleterious and dangerous. Yeah. And that's probably why people with obesity are remarkably higher risk for catching this and dying from it. It's
I'm making a ton
number
of those.
one risk factor.
I'm making a ton of those.
But now
you order that for dinner, probably. Are you having the cytokine? Yeah.
But now that being said, maybe this is why I got this text. It's kind of confusing people. It says, "I heard kids under 10 are less likely to spread COVID." Is that true? And I think the word "spread" is
not true.
is no, kids still spread it.
Yeah. They may not have very strong symptoms, but they can give it to other people.
Yeah, they can give it to you or me or yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think they may not aerosolize as much, and they're shorter, but they can still spread it if you're at the same level that they're at when they're coughing.
All right.
Do you have a question there on the phone?
Yes, we have Justin on the phone.
Hi,
you
Justin.
can call 877-602-9696 and ask Dr. Cobble a question. Go ahead, Justin.
Thanks for letting me listen. First of all, I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got a question. In my social circles, a popular discussion is
Justin, we need
people who are asymptomatic.
Justin, we can't hear you very well. I don't know if Nick can turn you up or if you can just speak louder.
Yeah, you got it. Is this any better?
A little bit. Go ahead.
Okay. So in my social circles, people discuss people who are asymptomatic, and the conversation ends up leading towards, well, if they're asymptomatic, the chances are it was probably a false positive from the test. And before I jump on that bandwagon, I'd love to hear from an educated physician what your position is on that.
Did you get that, Dr. Cobble?
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. So I think that we know that about 25% of people that have this virus appear to be asymptomatic. Again, for the flu, it's about 15% of people are asymptomatic. There have been some studies that show up to 50% of people could be asymptomatic. Those tend to be younger people. As far as the false positive, I think you asked about a false positive. The antigen test, the rapid test, is just measuring for a protein that could be associated with the virus. And the false positive and false negative on that test can be 40%. So it's just barely better than flipping a coin. And I think the key point is if you get a false positive or a positive, then you need to do the PCR test, which is 100% accurate. That's the nasal swab, oral swab. You need to do that test to confirm that it's a true positive. If your patient is symptomatic and you get a false negative or a negative result, you should still do a PCR to confirm that it truly is negative and it could be another virus or something else. The saliva test that people are doing now in the community, and I think the university is doing that completely, it's a much easier test. The saliva test, the accuracy of that is about 85 to 95%. So again, it's not as accurate as the nasal swab or the oral swab or the bronchial swab that is the more accurate PCR test.
Yeah. Does that clear it up for you?
It does, and I wonder, for those who do have COVID and are asymptomatic, are they any more or less likely to spread the virus?
Yeah, I mean they're contagious, so they're spreading the virus. And again, if they give it to somebody that's high risk with autoimmune disease or obesity or diabetes or elderly, the chance of ending up in the hospital is going to be 20%. And they're symptomatic. They got to wear a mask. They have to physically distance, wash their hands, don't snot, sneeze, cough, spread this virus around and to the community.
So yeah, they'll spread it. They can spread it, and they will spread it.
They will spread it, yeah.
Whether they're asymptomatic. I mean, if they're asymptomatic, they're still spreading it. So
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
I actually saw somebody the other day. When they sneezed, they had their mask on, and they were about to sneeze. They pulled the mask off.
What?
No.
And I'm like, no, you're defeating the whole purpose. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's take a break. We'll be back. Another segment with Dr. Cobble, 877-602-9696. Line up to ask your questions of an actual doctor instead of Dr. Facebook. Traffic, please.
We've had a pretty light morning. I do have one crash to tell you about. 78 South, 27th West in West Jordan. That's the only one being reported. You can report something if you see it, or you can actually text in just about anything you like to 33986. And I will pass along that information. Help save a life, be part of the solution. Earn up to $500 this month at Grifols Plasma. Go to grifolsplasma.com for more information.
All right, we will take a break, and we will be back more with Dr. Cobble after these, 877-602-9696. Big O Tires.
The team you trust when it comes to tires for your car. Now, we're talking about the Big O tire, the Big O brand tire, the house brand. You can save up to $150 off Big O brand tires through October 11th. You know, they do have all kinds of tires at Big O Tires, brands. If you are a fan of a particular brand of tire, they probably carry it. And also they carry all these really cool specialty hubcaps and rims and things like that. I guess hubcaps are out, but rims, different style rims and all of that. So Big O Tire, the team you trust for anything having to do with the wheels on your car, including brakes and fluids. They also do batteries and alignments and oil changes, and they're locally owned and operated, so when you go into a Big O Tire store, they'll get to know you as you go in more and more, and really, they gave you great service. If you want to find a Big O store near you, go to bigotires.com. They are the team you trust. From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear these.
Wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, You would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some
believe.
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right. All right, then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies?
Studies say,
Herbalists.
according to this midwife
And a
Midwife
study,
and
a,
herbalist,
a study could be, you know,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's a
it
study.
takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here.
Okay.
The symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly be that
amazing.
you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my
That you were
God,
sold.
you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept...
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay. Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
All right, so we continue our talk with Dr. Cobble. Got a couple of quick texts here that I want to read you first. A medical worker said apples test positive, and that's proof the tests are mostly giving false positives.
The apples?
Apples. A medical worker said this. So medical worker, that could be the janitor at the hospital.
What would that mean that apples test positive for COVID? I don't understand.
And why are you testing apples?
Yeah.
All right. Then I don't even think you
Just
want
a
to
groan
respond to
from
that,
Dr.
do you?
Cobble.
Dr. Cobble just groaned.
Yeah. Here's a genuine question, though. Does coronavirus live in mucus? If I were to wipe a child's snotty nose, would there be a chance to catch the virus from the snot?
Yeah.
Yep, that's where it likes to live.
Yeah,
That's where it
I would think
lives.
so.
All right. Let's go to Wallace. Here we
Wallace.
go. Wallace, hi.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
What's your question for Dr. Cobble, Wallace?
Well, I caught the MMR thing, but I didn't get the answer. I got called away with a phone call.
Oh.
And it made me wonder if standard procedure for the folks that are attempting to create vaccines, if they test all the existing vaccines normally first against that, is that standard for them to do that? I don't know. I just sound like, and I was curious if they do that.
Okay.
The second part of the question is, can they test these vaccines without using an actual person once they develop them? Or
No, I think that's a phase 3, isn't it, Dr. Cobble? You have to test on people.
Yeah, so phase 1 is usually in the lab. Phase 2 can be partially in the lab and with people. And then phase 3 is seeing what the response is for preventing the infection. With the question about the MMR is a weakened live or attenuated virus vaccine. We think it gives extra immunity to children, and so it may do that for adults if we revaccinated them. The question would be, do you give them one vaccine or two vaccines? Because children get multiple MMR vaccines, and there are over 1,000 clinical trials going on with COVID therapeutics. I think over 100 vaccine trials in different phases. So this MMR vaccine will just be another one of those to see if that current vaccine does give immunity to people in our age group that are high risk.
Does that answer your question, Wallace?
yes, very good. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people
All
are,
right. Y'all
are
have a good day.
taking this measles, mumps, rubella thing. They're getting really excited about this, and we shouldn't be yet, right? I mean, because it's still we're still not sure if that's the case.
Yeah, again, I think this is a study that again would take 90 to 180 days.
Mm-hmm.
The great part about it is if we do see benefit in the next 3 to 6 months with it, with the study that they're doing, that's a vaccine that's easy to produce and easy to distribute through the community.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
a person
everybody
in
calm down. Everybody calm down with it.
But what would be the harm then, Dr. Cobble, of me coming to your office and say, give me the MMR vaccine right now? Because I've never had it. Would there be any harm?
Well,
in
you
that?
would have had it as a kid. I don't think there's any harm in it, but you would have had the vaccine when you were younger.
I don't think so. I think they developed it. Gina said in that she looked it up in the 70s. So actually, I wasn't young in the 70s.
Bill was doing things he shouldn't be doing in the 70s.
I was hurting my body in the 70s. So I mean,
you
would
started eating your cytokines in the 70s. So
that's right.
continued at that.
So, but would there be any harm in coming in and getting the MMR vaccine?
No, there wouldn't be any harm in it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, you'll be protected against measles, mumps, and rubella. We know that.
Sure.
But as far
You
as
don't want
everyone's
those
getting
either.
excited about this, and it's not the answer, folks. Not yet.
We
Okay?
don't know that. Yeah.
All right. They just think it might. Don't. All right. Terry is on the phone. Hi, Terry.
Hi, good morning. Thanks
Hi, good
for
morning.
this opportunity.
Sure.
My question is about having a temperature, a fever. My boss was tested positive for COVID-19, and she had never had a fever, ever. And so with my grandsons going back to school and they're checking their temperature every morning, it worries me that, someone without a temperature could actually be positive for COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think fever is just one of the symptoms that people can have, but you don't have to have a fever. And again, 25% or more of people could be asymptomatic or not have that. It's just if they do have a fever, then that means that they have a viral infection of some kind, of which COVID could be one of them. But the big thing is the severe fatigue, the severe muscle aches, the dry cough. If people have 2 or 3 of those symptoms, I'd worry about COVID, especially with any exposure.
Yeah, they don't even take your temperature. So when I go over to the Salt Lake clinic to get something from the pharmacy, when I first started going there, or when the COVID was around, they took our temperature before we walked in the door, asked us if we had any of the symptoms. Now they're not doing that. They're not taking temperatures, and they still just say, have you had any of these symptoms? And you say no, and they say you're good to go. So temperature, I guess.
I think we found that temperature testing probably wasn't that helpful.
Yeah.
But it could screen people out if they did have a temperature.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Is that
okay?
That
So
all?
basically, you just you don't have a fever. You just have other symptoms as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Terry. Let's go to Philip. Hi, Philip.
Hey guys. I got a
Go
question.
ahead.
I've heard or read that the COVID-19 might also just be an airborne, not through like water droplets or mucus or stuff like that, but just straight airborne. Is that true?
Well, it's both. So it's an aerosol. You're coughing it out, sneezing out, screaming it out, singing it out. You're verbalizing it out. It's going out in the aerosol. And then it's also in the mucous membrane. So it's in the snot, the cough, and the droplets. So, again, if you're coughing onto something and then someone goes and touches that, and then they touch their hand to their face, one of our neighbors got her food at one of the grocery stores, and when she was going to pick it up, the grocery store attendant took down her mask, wiped her nose, and then kept putting the items back into the cart. And our neighbor's like, you can just return all of those items. I don't want any of them because you just contaminated everything.
Yeah.
So again, if you're wiping a mucous membrane and touching something, that depending on the surface, you could put the virus on that surface for 1 hour to 3 days, depending on whether it's cardboard or metal or another surface. And I've had a couple patients get infected by mucus contact, not aerosol, by either picking up a mail item or picking up an item from a delivery service. So aerosol is probably 95% of the disinfection, but it is from mucus contact as well.
Wash your hands.
But we have moved
Don't
away
touch
from.
your face.
But we've moved away from frantically disinfecting everything that comes into the house, or most of us have, right? And
Yeah, I think 95% plus this is aerosol, and we've seen the infections in Utah in the last 10 days double. The infection rate's now about 13% of tests, so about 1 in 7 to 1 in 8. That's up from 8 to 9%. We've had 1 week daily positives of almost 900. I saw that Utah County put in a mask mandate yesterday for a month. They're accounting for nearly half of the infections in Utah now.
Yeah.
And they did that, 3-4 weeks ago, and they decided not to do the mask mandate. And they should have done it then and would have kept Utah under the 400 a day infection tally. Now we're up over 800, almost 900 a day.
Yeah. Does that answer your question, Philip?
That does. Thank you.
All right,
You're
Philip,
welcome.
Thank
See you
you
later.
very much. Okay. Now all these questions start coming in, and we're out of time.
No.
So next week, 7:45, folks. Be ready.
Yeah.
Or better yet, just call your own doctor.
You should have a health care provider.
Yes.
I
of
have
your
many.
own.
I have
Yes.
many of them. All right, Dr. Cobble, thank you. Always a pleasure to have you on, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, you guys. The questions are getting tougher, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Right.
Yes, they are. All right. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you later.
Thanks, Dr. Cobble.
We'll, traffic, Gina, please.
A crash on northbound SR 36 near Saddleback Road in Tooele County. Multiple vehicles involved. Right lane and shoulder are blocked. And a crash westbound I-80. This is up in Summit County, milepost 194. But we've had a fairly light traffic situation this morning. If you see something, please text it to us, 33986. and I will pass it along. Help save a life, be part of the solution, earn up to $500 this month at Grifols Plasma. Go to grifolsplasma.com for more information.
All right, so we will take a break, and we will be back with round 2 of your boners. What do we got?
The candidates you'll be considering this time are, number 1, you got the cool parents. Number 2, he was just a little boy, a kid out there trying to help. And boner candidate number 3, I'm afraid that there is a very limited pool of black people to choose from.
I'm glad you got that one.
Glad you found that one, yeah. All right, we will take a break. We'll be back with round 2 of your boners and big boy news all coming up. And now a message from the state of Utah.
So what does it mean that Utah County, Provo-Orem in particular, have been dialed back to the orange level? It means that things are not going well in Utah County with the coronavirus. And I think a lot of people need refreshers about what those restrictions mean. So if you go to coronavirus.utah.gov, and it'll give you specifics about what you should be doing if we're in an orange situation in Utah County. It gives you the number of people that you ought to be associating with, and I believe it's 20 or less. It talks about masks. It talks about how to handle being around people who may be symptomatic, and it gives you a lot of useful information. So please go to coronavirus.utah.gov.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, thank you for coming into my office. As the manager of this department store, it is my job to make sure that everything goes smoothly. And during the Christmas season, that's especially important. We hired you to be our store Santa on good recommendations from your radio station management. But frankly, we've had complaints from many of the parents about your performance as Santa. Now, how do you begin each visit with a child?
Well, first off, I have them shake my hand.
Shake your hand?
Yes, I'm the hand-shaking Santa.
You don't let the children sit on your lap?
No, the hand-shaking Santa wouldn't do that. And do you have any idea how germy little children are? You know what I really hate is that little kid smell. You know the smell I'm talking about.
I see. And then they tell you what they want for Christmas.
Well, after they've shaken my hand, I ask them to write an essay about how good or bad they've been during the year, and then they're asked to list what they want for Christmas. Now, that list is then submitted to one of my elves, and the essay is graded and placed in the Handshaking Santa essay box.
You have paper and pencils for them in Santa's castle?
No, the Handshaking Santa does not provide essay materials. If the children are unprepared, it's no concern of mine.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I've heard quite enough.
Well, fine. My break is just about over, and I still have to disinfect my fingernails and put on a fresh pair of gloves before I have to greet the little vermin again. Get away from the Handshaking Santa, you dirty, dirty little children.
Oh, my God. Miss Johnson, would you call the radio station we hired this Santa from? We need a replacement immediately.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Ho, 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 ho. Welcome to Santa's castle. Merry Christmas.
Santa, why are you lying on the floor?
I'm the leg wrestling Santa. Tell me what you want for Christmas.
Well, I want the white Power Ranger and the Nerf Ball Zuka.
All right then, Sonny. Lie down here right next to me. You do know how to leg wrestle, don't you?
Oh, yeah, Santa, but couldn't I just sit on your lap?
Oh, no, the leg wrestling Santa wouldn't do that. All right now, Sonny. If you beat me, then you'll get everything you asked for.
Okay.
If not, you'll get a lump of coal in your stocking. And an orange.
Oh.
Here we go.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Sorry, Sonny. You lose. Get him out of here, would you, my little helpers? Who'll be the next to challenge the leg wrestling Santa?
Why don't you leg wrestle me, Mr. Butthead, jolly old sucky claws?
Aren't you a little old to be leg wrestling Santa?
You're pretty tough with these kids. Let's see you take on someone your own size.
All right, then. You lie down right here. Good. But first, I have to take a leak. Can't leg wrestle on a full bladder, you know. Be right back.
Let's get to round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, face off against the winner of round 1, and possibly become boner of the day. Round 1 we did an hour ago. Doing round 2 right now, then we'll get both of our champions and send them forward to boner fight. You will decide boner of the day at 9:20 this morning, all right? That's when we do it for real. Right now, pick your champion for round 2 to send forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Yeah, you'll really receive it, too, because it's an emailed Diversion Eatery gift card. You can go find all their menu items at diversioneatery.com.
Here's boner candidate number 1. You got the cool parents. 2 Massachusetts parents and their teenage child are facing criminal charges in connection to a party that sparked coronavirus concerns and led the town's entire high school to delay in-person learning. The parents and teen in Sudbury, Massachusetts, charged with violating the state's social host law. Under the law, whoever furnishes alcohol to underage drinkers faces a fine of up to $2,000, imprisonment for up to a year, or both. The adults were charged with the misdemeanor in district court and the child in the juvenile court. The gathering drew headlines when the Boston Suburbs Board of Health announced the next day that police broke up a large party involving approximately 50 to 60 Lincoln Sudbury High School students.
So they're drinking and spreading COVID around at a parent-sanctioned party.
I'd be willing to overlook the drinking. You got the cool parents. Boner candidate number 1. And let's just take the drinking out of it. There are cool parents down in Utah County.
Yeah.
All right, here's boner candidate number 2. He was just a little boy, a kid out there trying to help. Former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi defended 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse as just a little boy and a kid during an appearance on Fox's Hannity, clearly trying to evoke sympathy for the suspect charged with 2 murders after a violent night of rioting in Kenosha, Wisconsin last month. Rittenhouse has become something of a conservative cause celeb after his alleged crimes were caught on viral video last month. Last month during Kenosha's protest. By the way, I say that because it's written down. Can we stop saying viral video? That went viral. I just don't. We don't need to be saying that anymore.
We'll pick a better term, because until then,
How about just caught on video last month, or a widely seen video? The term viral, get rid of it. God. Anyway, last month during Kenosha's protests in the police shooting of Jacob Blake, Rittenhouse, armed with a military-style rifle, you'll remember, posted himself outside of a business to guard it, he said, from potentially looters and provide medical aid as needed to protesters during a chaotic and violent incident. That night, Mr. Rittenhouse shot and killed 2 men and wounded another, and then calmly walked past police lines and went home for the night. He was arrested the next day. Well, on Fox's primetime show, Tucker Carlson Tonight, they showed a different edited video of that scene, differed from the initial one seen online and the TV news reports. That clip purported to cast Rittenhouse's violent actions in a more sympathetic light. Hannity played parts of that same different video.
Yeah.
And then he had Pam Bondi on, who said, it was a war zone out there, and you've got a 17-year-old out there trying to protect his state. He was, in fact, not from Kenosha.
No. Yeah.
He didn't even live in Wisconsin.
He went up there to be trouble.
He went looking for trouble, and she's never been in a war zone, clearly.
And they're also now saying, the people that he killed, they had criminal records. They had things on their record. He doesn't have a criminal record.
So?
These people are monsters.
Murdered people.
Yeah,
they
these are
monsters.
They are human beings, and you don't deserve to be murdered.
No, he was just a little boy, a kid out there
Little
trying
boy.
to help. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. This is a good one, please. It's a good one. I'm afraid there's a very limited pool of black people to choose from.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Check out downtown SLC's Open Streets, featuring expanded outdoor dining, live performances, and art, happening Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturday evenings from 6 to 10, now through October 10th, on Main Street from 4th South to South Temple. Learn more at downtownslc.org.
Tragedy. He was one of a kind. He was an original, and he will be missed. Former Chicago Bears star Gale Sayers, considered one of the greatest running backs in the history of the National Football League. Despite a career cut short by knee injuries, he has died at the age of 77. He was living with dementia, unfortunately. He was known as the Kansas Comet. Sayre was voted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 1997, despite playing just 7 seasons, all with the Bears. He was the youngest player at the age of 34 ever inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was the essence of a team player. He was quiet, unassuming, always ready to compliment a teammate for a key block. He was an extraordinary man who overcame a great deal of adversity during his NFL career and his life. He was a remarkable. If you just go back and, if you're a football fan, go back and look at some video highlights of Gale Sayers running. He was a magnificent runner. He was named to the NFL's 75th anniversary team in 1994 as well. And then also tragedy, sporting. I guess this guy's a sports.
You mean you guess?
A legend in his...
Of course it's a sports-related.
A legend in his own way. WWE icon Joseph Laurinaitis, otherwise known as Road Warrior Animal, died Tuesday night. He was only 60 years old.
Do they say what he died from?
I thought I saw that he had COVID, but I don't.
Well,
see
60
that.
in wrestling years is actually like 90.
Yeah, I don't see it in this.
Let me look.
But he was inducted into the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame as well. And Hulk Hogan tweeted out, "Rest in peace, Animal. Love you, my brother." All right. And Lenny Kravitz washes his face with sand. So there you go.
With sand?
Sand.
You wanted to know about Lenny Kravitz's beauty regimen, I'm
Well,
sure.
actually,
his skincare secret.
He's a beautiful human being, and we could all learn something from.
Well, I'm
Lenny
surprised
Kravitz.
to find that he washes. First of all.
Gina, two things. First of all, I think the key is exfoliation, not necessarily using sand.
No, he says, I wash my face with water, and when I'm home, I scrub it with sand from the ocean because it's fine and powdery. And I use coconut oil on my body. Well, we can see that.
Yes.
And shea butter and coconut butter, all organic.
Now, Gina, he uses the coconut butter so he doesn't stick to the frying pan. It's just
I love Lenny Kravitz.
Okay, you just feel free to do that.
he is a handsome man, I gotta say.
When I met him, though, I got a contact high.
and a greasy hand.
I still remember.
The coconut oil. Two students at Brigham Young University have withdrawn from school in protest of safety requirements meant to control the spread of coronavirus.
Good, see ya.
The students who left were among the 15 that the Provo University had announced last week would be disciplined for failing to wear masks. Well, if you're going to make me wear a mask, I'm not going to go to your dumb school.
You wear the clothes they tell you to wear. You have the behaviors you sign
you
a
don't wear
big paper
facial hair.
saying, yeah, you're going to do all of these things.
Mm-hmm.
Why this one thing?
Because my grades weren't that great anyway.
Because it's been politicized.
I found my classes were too hard anyhow. What jerks, idiots. Well, the LDS Church says that they're against slavery.
Good.
Really? It's a
And
bold
against,
statement.
Thank you.
Against slavery in the U.S. or in the Utah Constitution. We've talked about this before. A coalition of politicians, religious leaders, civil rights activists are urging Utah to pass Amendment C on the ballot to remove old wording in the state constitution that still allows slavery as a punishment for crime. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints made a fairly rare move to directly support a ballot measure during the news conference at the state capitol by the Utah Coalition to Abolish Slavery. The outdated language is offensive to us all, said Juan Bracera, manager of the church's Government and Community Relations Department. No compelling reason for it to remain in our Constitution. The language is nearly identical to the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution passed in 1865 that was copied to the Utah Constitution in 1896. The Utah version says, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the state. So you can apparently, if somebody's committed a really bad crime, you can sentence them to being someone's slave.
Not someone's, it's a slave of the state. So the state can keep you and make you work, and that's what they mean. They don't mean assign it to a random citizen.
I was hoping that, that it's an outdated and a poor use of the term and shouldn't be there. President Trump launched into a racist diatribe against Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, saying this isn't her country and mocking her birthplace. She's telling us how to run our country, he said at a rally in Pennsylvania. How did you do where you came from? How's your country doing? Omar was born in Somalia, immigrated to the United States as a child when her family fled violence there. She has been a U.S. citizen for 20 years. Here's what she said on Twitter in response to the president. Firstly, this is my country, and I'm a member of the House of Representatives, that impeached you. Secondly, I fled civil war when I was an 8-year-old child. An 8-year-old doesn't run a country, even though you run our country like that.
There you go. Mm-hmm. He's just the worst.
Uh-huh. And this is good news. Two bits of good news, and then I'll wrap it up. Aggie ice cream, you can now get it shipped to your door.
Really?
Carrie, that'll make you happy. Do that.
It's good ice cream. It really is. They're shipping it all across the country. School announced Monday in a tweet, along with a link to the store with 6 pint-sized flavors available to be purchased for $8 each. Aggie Blue Mint, Aggie Bull Tracks, Aggie True Aggie Night, huckleberry, salted caramel, lemon custard. Gift boxes of USU-made cheese can also be purchased.
Now, you remember we did our blind taste test of the BYU ice cream and the Aggie ice cream, and Aggie was better.
Yeah, I think, and it was a blind taste test.
It was, yeah.
And San Antonio Zoo has unveiled a new exhibit at the zoo, which is very popular. They have never before seen of an animal so rare that, it's the chupacabra exhibit. The San Antonio Zoo is going to have a chupacabra exhibit. And it'll open on Saturday in an effort to get patrons to come. The chupacabra, which means goat sucker in Spanish, is an urban legend and known for attacking and drinking the blood of livestock and goats. But they claim that they've got a chupacabra there, and you can come and they're very hard to see.
Is this for Halloween? Is that what
No, I think it's just a marketing thing. But they really have. They've set up an exhibit.
Do they have a snipe exhibit? I want to go see the snipe exhibit.
You have to look there very carefully. You know, there are birds called snipes. Snipes are not mythical.
The snipe isn't a bird, though. The one that we were hunting, it was on the ground. We weren't looking up in the trees.
Oh, I didn't.
When we were sent on a snipe hunt,
we
never looked up in the trees. It's a critter of some kind, but not a bird.
I never thought of that.
Yeah.
All right, that's it.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
Well, Kevin Durant said he totally understands why NBA players would risk it all for a little action in the bubble, so to speak. Because there have been players that have been sent home for sneaking ladies into the bubble. And he's like, I get it. 3 months with no action? I understand.
Come
why.
on, Carrie, you get it too, don't you? All of us guys, we get it. We get it.
He gets it.
I know, Nick gets it.
It's a war zone out there.
Nick's sneaking people into the bubble all the time. You know he is.
And Michael Jordan has joined NASCAR as a team owner. And he hired Bubba Wallace to be his driver. Stock car racing. So
he quit. He quit or was let go from the other team that he was on.
He
Bubba
quit.
Wallace. Did he quit?
Yeah.
He quit.
But my guess is he quit because he got a phone call from Michael Jordan saying, if you quit, I'm gonna. So be expecting next time we have very important sports for him to be mentioning that maybe. Let's see, weather. It'll be hot again today and very smoky. Unfortunately, we've still got all the haze happening. With our own fires, that Neffs Canyon fire is still happening, and
our shutters were rumbling here a moment ago, and it was the helicopters going over to dump stuff on it.
So 85 for a high today, even warmer tomorrow. We could get up to 90 tomorrow, and then we'll cool down to the 70s for the weekend. And traffic has been very light this morning and no accidents to tell you about. And you haven't even texted me any lately. But if you do see something, as always, you can send it in at 33986. Protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah's security experts. Visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
Boner candidate number 3. Well, I'm afraid there's just a very limited pool of black people to choose from. What possesses people? Wells Fargo and Company's chief executive. This guy's making coin hand over fist.
Mm-hmm.
He's making more money than you thought possible. You would think they'd have a really intelligent person running the company, wouldn't you? Well, his name is Charles Scharf. And he's exasperated some black employees in a Zoom meeting because he reiterated that the bank had trouble reaching diversity goals because, there are just not enough qualified minority talent. He also made the assertion in a company-wide memo in June that announced diversity initiatives as nationwide protests broke out following the death of George Floyd, an unarmed African American man in police custody. Quote, while it might sound like an excuse, the unfortunate reality is that there is a very limited pool of black talent to recruit from, Scharf said.
I looked and I can't find any.
Aren't there any smart black people out
I
there?
guess not. Oh well.
You know, if you look, I think that's the key there.
Well, and part of it is to follow his reasoning, it could be that black people are not given more opportunities further down the ladder so that they can work their way up to be qualified for the jobs he's talking about. Just in the first place, they're not given a chance to get the experience that's needed.
Gina, Ken Bacon, a former mortgage industry executive who was on the boards of Comcast, Ally Financial, Welltower, a very, a respected guy in the financial industry. There is an amazing amount of black talent out there.
Okay,
he
well,
said.
yeah.
If people say they can't find that talent, they're not looking hard enough, or they don't want to find it.
That's what it is, yeah.
He said he was shocked and puzzled by Mr. Scharf's comments. Boner candidate number 3. I'm afraid there's a very limited pool of black people to choose from.
All right.
Here we go with...
Katie, turn off your work, all right? She's at the cabin now, and she's in the chat room. Go do your vacation, Katie. Stop it. All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, you got the cool parents. It's a couple of parents and their teenage child facing criminal charges in Massachusetts because they had a party with a whole bunch of people spreading coronavirus around, and also there was underage drinking. I'd be willing to overlook the drinking, but Boner candidate number 2, he was just a little boy, a kid out there trying to help. Former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi, along with asshats like Sean Hannity and what's his name, Tucker Carlson, offering a defense for that poor little boy, Kyle Rittenhouse, charged with murdering and shooting 2 people, murdering and shooting another person during the Kenosha protest. He was just trying to help, just trying to help. And Boner candidate number 3, I'm afraid that there's a very limited pool of black people to choose from.
Here we go. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago, but we'll take both of the winners, one from each round, and put them against each other for boner fight. At 9:20 this morning is when you will decide boner of the day. Right now, you need to pick your champion to send forward, a champion from round 2. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit is all we need in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting September 23, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see the box, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 2. Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm going to make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No, it's
and
no, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped, inspired
and
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right. It's probably so it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. Usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance Because
You know better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really,
Well,
really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum, and
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
That and they, and they put
The
on
Disco
the wig.
Drippers?
Disco Drippers. There we go. The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. And I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a group.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was a wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I think I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them. I think no, not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think
Do you?
anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
Things that must go. But first, let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by the delicious parts of the harvest supper salad that I made, which includes turkey and dried cherries and apples and lettuce and slivered toasted almonds, all mixed up in a delightful melange with some blue cheese to make the harvest supper salad.
Wow.
And it's Wing Wednesday at Diversion Eatery. Get 5 wings for $3.75 with your choice of buffalo, barbecue, garlic, jalapeno, or chili sriracha. Located at 535 North 3rd West. See the menu at diversioneatery.com.
And much easier to do than putting together a harvest supper salad. just get your wings. So we had boner candidate number 1, which was you got the cool parents. Parents charged over a teen party in Massachusetts that led to an entire school to be put on remote learning and all of that. Going up against the 2 really strong candidates that fought it out. Boner candidate number 1 or 2, he was just a little boy, a kid out there trying to help. Florida former Attorney General Pam Bondi, a Trumper extraordinaire, offering a defense for poor little Kyle Rittenhouse, who murdered 2 people in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and severely wounded another. And then number 3, I'm afraid there is a very limited pool of black people to choose from. That's what the Wells Fargo CEO said when saying we're trying to hire people here at Wells Fargo, diversity, but there's just a very limited pool of black people to choose from. Rosemary won a Diversion Eatery gift card. Congratulations. And the voting was heavy between number 2 and number 3, but the ultimate winner by just about 6 votes. Boner candidate number 2, he was just a little boy, a kid out there trying to help.
That's your winner of round 2. It goes forward to Boner Dome. It's not Boner of the Day yet. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. And Boner Fight will happen at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. All right. Things That Must Go, brought to you by.
Sorry, I turned my mic off. Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you, our dear friends of the program, and this is a chance to get it off your chest. Send your Must Goes to radio from hell at x96.com. Put Must Go in the subject line, and maybe before you read it on the air, it'll soothe your soul. It'll make you feel better about the things that are just getting your, just getting you in your craw and sticking there. And at the very least, it'll make you feel better. So, Must Goes. Carrie, you want to start today?
Okay. Let's see. Good morning, lords and lady. This absolutely must go. Whispering at the office. We are all adults here. Well, most of us are mature enough to be considered adults. Anyway, when you change your pitch depending on who is near, it is obvious that you are spewing negative opinions about someone when you intentionally lower your voice to the point that no one but your gossip partner can hear. But you were just talking out loud in a regular tone, so stop it. Thank you for letting me listen. I've been a listener since 16. I'm now 31. Oh, my. Much love. Let's see, this one, thanks for letting me listen. Please make this go. My crazy coworker being jealous that our creepy security guard has decided that I'm his buddy because, as she's told me repeatedly, she's the pretty one, not me. I'm the smart one.
I meant that as a compliment.
Yeah.
And finally, this one, having to fact-checked the President of the United States must go. Yeah. Gina?
This is one from Please Don't Use My Name, and you'll see why, because it's from a local teacher. Things that must go. School districts that are only concerned with appeasing parents and politicians and asking teachers to put their lives on the line every day. When a teacher that we know is on a ventilator, they're continuing in-person instruction until after a football game, so the football game doesn't have to be canceled. Districts and parents who believe if students are failing, that it's solely the teacher's fault, but the kids aren't logging onto their computer to do the schoolwork. Those who believe teaching all day in person to students at school and then posting everything we did that day online for online and hybrid learners only takes about 5 minutes. School districts and administrators who are forcing their teachers to sit in classrooms from 3:30 p.m. till 7 p.m. for parent-teacher conferences that are all on Zoom. I can do that from home, but they're making them do it at school.
Really?
School districts and parents who believe that in the space of 5 minutes, when one class ends and the next begins, teachers have to be able to do the following. Release students by rows so they don't rush out through the door. Then spray all the desks down with a gooey sanitizer. Then make sure each kid has a paper towel when they walk in to dry their desk off, all while making sure the students in the hallways are socially distancing, wearing masks as they walk, because we're magic. I'm not sure if this will work, but at the very least, nice to hear it come out of someone else's mouth. Thank you. And then we have this one. My name is Lexa. Things that must go. My husband not refilling the ice cube trays must go.
Yeah.
I always make sure we have many, many ice cubes and more on the way. I make some empty into ice cube bin, then fill the tray and freeze more. It takes no time. I go to get ice cubes. There's maybe 2 or 3 cubes if I'm lucky, and 4 empty ice cube trays. Ice cubes take time, you know?
Yeah.
If you use the ice cubes, refill. And people not replacing toilet paper rolls must go. At home, work, anywhere. Fine, be lazy. Maybe you're in a hurry, late, tired, whatever. You don't even have to put it on the toilet paper holder, but at least set a new roll nearby. That's another level of laziness beyond my comprehension. Leaving everyone else hanging like that really needs to go. Thank you.
And if the dishwasher is empty, don't leave your bowl in the sink.
Exactly.
Put it in the dishwasher.
Exactly.
That was all from my wife, wasn't it? This one says, Bill, good morning to the most negative people on the radio.
So negative.
Here's a list of things that must go. The students that use my disposable masks not out of need, but out of laziness must go. You have your own mask in your damn backpack. Pull it out and use it. These masks are a finite resource, and using them for any reason other than necessity is not acceptable. When they run out, you get to go back to online learning and zero social life. Also, the kids that grab one of these masks from me and then leave them unused on the floor to be walked on. You spoiled little turds. Wear a damn mask. Stop wasting them. Stop bitching at me like it's my fault there's a pandemic. Also, my coworkers that bring up politics in every discussion, no matter the context. Yeah, Bob, you're a 55-plus white guy that's never lived outside of Utah. I know you're a Republican. Stop reminding me, because I don't need any more reasons to dislike you. Oh, and Bob, saying the same joke multiple times doesn't make it any more funny. I didn't laugh because it's not funny, not because I'm deaf. Bob. And everyone like him must go. And thanks for letting me listen and giving me some sort of passive-aggressive outlet to express my rage. Bitching should be an Olympic sport at this point. With love, Lady Raccoon. And then this one, anti-maskers calling themselves responsible people who wear masks, who call responsible people who wear masks in public sheep or followers. You have a different shepherd. Just stop it. Saying, If you don't like it here, then leave. Listen, our country was created so that if we don't like something, we can try to change it. Crippling depression, just snap out of it. Love the disco unicorn. And then finally, there was one in my email. To these people who believe COVID-19 to be man-made by China, then the virus itself is a terrorist attack on America, if you believe that. The worst attack yet. Why not do your part in fighting against this terror attack? Why not wear a mask? People died in a Pennsylvania field attempting to regain control of an airplane. And you won't wear a mask.
Oh, that's
Amen.
perfect. That's
Amen.
perfect.
Okay, all right.
Absolutely.
Things that must go on the radio.
8:57 traffic, Gina.
Well, we got a free ladder on the freeway southbound between Clearfield and Layton exits. So
Cool.
free ladder, and that's it. Traffic seems to be moving well today. That's all I have.
I hope somebody gets to it.
Somebody will.
Yeah.
No one's just going to leave a free ladder lying around.
Why is it always a ladder? It seems like there are more ladders being...
Bill, because people don't secure their load. That's why. Secure your load.
Oh, that's what that means.
You took it to mean something
I secure
else?
my load in a different way.
Ah.
All right, we'll take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way. Stand by for that. And, Big O Tires. You don't want to run over the ladder in the road.
Heavens. But if you do, and you pop your tire, Big O Tires is the team you trust to take care of it for you. Big O wants to keep you and your family safe on the road this fall, so head into Big O Tires for a fall healthy car special. Just $49.95. That includes conventional oil and filter change, tire rotation, fluid check. That's on your car, by the way. Lube the chassis, alignment check, also on your car, and a multi-point vehicle inspection. I asked them to check my personal alignment the last time I was at my Big O Tire store on 2nd East and South Temple, and they said, because of COVID-19 restrictions, Bill, we can't do that for you. Besides, you're not a car. You're right. So now that's really a good special. And also through October 11th at Big O Tires, save up to $150 off of Big O brand tires. Big O has 42 locally owned and operated locations from Logan to Beaver. Find them at bigotires.com, the team you trust.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lonely confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the entire galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders!
Today, we join our missionaries as they land on a remote planet called Triskelion.
Hey, Lehi, ever wonder where Zone Leader Hansen finds planets no one has ever heard of to send us to?
Well, I'm sure these folks just call the 1-800 Subspace Channel and request visits by missionaries.
Well, we've been on Triskelion for over a minute now, and no one's made an attempt on our lives. I'd say so far so good.
Well, these are the agreed-upon coordinates. We were supposed to wait here for them to contact us. What the flip? Hey, where are we now?
You are in a cavern miles below the surface of Triskelion.
Looky, Butch. Disembodied brains. Who are you guys?
We are the providers. 200 quatlus for the tall one. 300 quatlus for the tall one.
Excuse me, providers. I'm Lehi Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
500 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
As I was saying, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
600 quatlus for Elder Jensen.
We was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to hear more.
700 quatlus for Elder Jensen, and I'll let you have the fat one for free.
Hey, wait just a minute. Missionaries come in pairs. You can't split us up. We are a package deal.
Okay. 800 quatlus for both of the Mormons. That's my final offer.
Did we just get sold to that glowing brain under the glass doodad over there?
That's what it sounded like. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
Excuse me. It's me over here, Lehi.
You know, the fat one.
But you're not helping.
Sorry.
If you brains are done talking amongst yourselves, we'd just like to talk to you about joining our faith.
Silence! You are now a drill thrall. You will fight in the arena for our amusement until you are dead.
I don't like the looks of this.
Come on, don't be such a wussy. We have these big stick thingies to defend ourselves with, and our opponent is a scantily clad woman with big breasts. Come on, lady, take your best shot. Ow! Hey, I wasn't ready. Try that again, I dare you. Ow!
Hey, that's gonna leave a mark. Hey, provider guys, care to make a new wager?
300 quatlus on the missionaries. 400 quatlus on the scantily clad woman with big breasts.
How would you like to wager your eternal souls?
Make this good, or we will teleport you onto the surface of Triskelion's sun.
Okay, here's the deal. If we win, we get to go free, and you donate 1,000 quatlus to the LDS Church Missionary Program. We lose, and we will remain drill thralls and fight for your amusement.
I don't know. That's a lot of quatlus.
Oh, you chicken?
You have a wager. You two against all of the other drill thralls.
Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, Lehi.
Don't sweat it, Butch. I got a plan. Is this the end of Butch and Lehi? Will they spend the rest of their very short lives as drill thralls? Can quatlus be used to pay tithing? How exactly would you baptize a disembodied brain anyway? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say, "Put down your stick, Butch, and follow my lead."
Oh, but we couldn't take a Percy girl thrall, and you think we can take on all them without weapons?
Trust me. Excuse me, drill thralls. I'm Elder Christiansen of the LDS Church. My companion, Elder Jensen,
Hi.
and I were wondering if you'd like to learn more about the Mormon Church.
Hey, where's everybody going?
Foul! You cheated! I demand a rematch! On the next eye-gouging episode of Space Elders.
Buzz.
Well,
I think we need more pandemic ska. I think it helps.
I think we need more ska all the time, but that's me.
because Donald Trump has been holding a lot of rallies lately and saying bizarre things. And this one, I don't know if you want to play it or should I just quote it?
I got it.
Okay,
I got it.
go
If you
ahead.
want to hear it, here we
Yeah,
go.
let's hear it.
As he's getting rocks and cans of tuna fish, they go out and buy tuna fish and soup. You know that, right? Goya, I hope. Goya, he's great, isn't he? Good guy. They go out and buy Goya because they throw it. They throw it. It's the perfect weight. Tuna fish, they can really rip it, right? And that hits you. No, it's true. Bumblebee, brand tuna. And you can throw that sucker, you can put a curve on it, you can do whatever the hell you want. And the cops in Chicago, you saw it, they're going like this. It was terrible. And they're not allowed to fight back. They're not allowed to fight back. These guys, if they fight back, nobody's going to be there very long throwing things. But they throw, but they're professionals. They're anarchists, and they're paid for by outside stupid rich people that
Yeah, he complained that the Chicago cops were not allowed to fight back against alleged tuna can wielding protesters. Now, the folks at Bumblebee Tuna, one of the leading tuna brands in the world, were probably a little confused about Trump calling them out like that, but their social media team did manage to put together a brief, humorous response on Twitter to the strange comment from the president. They said, "Eat 'em, don't throw 'em."
Please.
The tuna thing. Now, why did he say this? Well, this was also, before that, he was talking about, he was relishing in the memory of MSNBC reporter Ali Veshy being shot with a rubber bullet by the police in Minneapolis in May.
cheering.
And
And
calling it a beautiful sight, and calling it a beautiful sight, seeing protesters being beaten to the ground by the cops.
But that journalist one in particular,
Well,
they're
the
just
enemy of
there covering your event, sir.
They're the enemy of the people.
So, but why
they use the recordings of his words against him? But Bumblebee, yeah.
But why Bumblebee Tuna? Well, maybe it's because Trump went out of his way to call out Bumblebee because Bumblebee was opposed to Trump's big tariff increase in 2018, while their chief competitor, Starkist, sorry, Charlie. Starkist
Why
Tuna.
did Charlie want to be? See that whole ad campaign. Charlie Tuna was
They were in
was
favor
not.
of the. By the way, they were in favor of the tariffs.
Charlie Tuna was not good enough to be part of Starkist Tuna,
Yeah.
and the hook would come down, and
Yeah.
they'd be like, "Sorry, Charlie, you're not good enough."
He was
What?
pissed.
He wanted to be eaten.
Apparently,
Did he know what the hook was for?
Yeah.
He had a death wish. Clearly.
Listen, that's what tuna are for, Gina. They're in the sea so that men can eat them. Men and women can eat them.
Tuna that wear hats and eyeglasses.
Well, that's why they didn't take him.
And ties, don't forget.
He had a tie, too.
Somewhere in my stash of crap here, I've got a Charlie Tuna tie.
You do.
It's a
Find
tie.
it and get rid of it.
I have to find it. It's a tie. I won't wear it because it's one of those wide ties.
Yeah.
But it's got little Charlie Tunas in a pattern on it, and I got that when I was a kid because you could send away for a Charlie Tuna tie if you sent in so many labels from Starkist Tuna.
Yeah.
And,
Sorry,
and,
Charlie.
And like $5. You send in 10 labels and $5, and we'll send you a Charlie Tuna tie. I've still got it here. So
Those commercials are so old. I can't remember.
I just am sending Carrie one.
Did he try to come up with various ruses to get the Starkist company to hook him, and they never would hook him and pull him on board, and then club him with a bat?
That was the cartoon. That was on the commercials that were a cartoon.
Do you have it, Carrie?
Sorry,
Did you send it
Charlie.
email? Did you send it?
Email.
Did you ever see a Starkist Tuna ad, Nick?
Not that I can think of.
No.
Yeah.
This is from 1976. There's no reason.
Were you alive in 1976, Nick?
I'm not great at math, but I don't think so.
Okay. So we're going to listen to a Starkist Tuna ad here.
You know a Hollywood star? Yeah. Who? Him.
I say Charles, sweetheart.
Come on. I knew you when you wore braces.
Movie.
I'm with a celebrity, Starkist. How's that for good taste?
Chucky, Starkist doesn't want tunas with good taste.
Starkist wants tunas that taste good.
Sorry, Charlie. Only good-tasting tuna get to be Star-Kissed. Good-tasting 100% tuna fillet.
This is good tasting tuna.
Get good taste.
Get Star-Kissed.
That was Jaws he was hanging out with.
Yeah.
I'm hanging out with a celebrity. See?
Jaws. Yeah.
Jaws.
Hey, do you want to talk to all of the dolphins we accidentally netted? How about that, huh? I don't remember why or where. I mean, I've been a tuna fish eater for all my life. I like it, particularly a tuna sandwich. And at some point, I left Star-Kissed and went to Bumblebee because something convinced me that it was superior, and it is, or at least was. Now I don't know, but I kind of
because you're a liberal. It appealed to your liberal sensibilities.
Maybe. But somebody...
All right, well, we got to do a blind taste test now of tunas.
Yeah.
Chicken
it was
of
my
the Sea.
ex-wife.
Got to do Chicken of the Sea, Carnation, Bumblebee, and Star-Kissed.
I think it was my ex-wife. She read something that convinced her that Bumblebee tuna was superior, and so we went to that brand.
All right. We will take a break now. We will be back with boner fights just after this. Stand by. Zero Res. Keep it clean.
The Zero Res folks, they will clean your carpet and clean it real good. Zero Res is, they've been coming to our houses for
Yeah, I had them
years
recently because, we're all home more now and we're being harder on our homes and they're getting dirtier faster. And after they left, I felt so much better with how clean my house was. And the process for having them come was great. Everything is contactless. They give you your bill over your phone.
Mhm.
They're not handing you things.
Mhm. And they're still doing the deal. If you get 3 rooms cleaned for $33 per room, the 4th room, they'll do a 4th room for free. They use no chemicals. They don't use any detergents or chemicals. They just use what they call powered water, and it is better than all of the cleaning methods. It's environmentally safe. So call Zero Res, 801-2880. That's 288-ZERO, or search for Zero Res Salt Lake or Zero Res Davis Weber. From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these.
wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them. No. But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies,
Carrie?
Studies?
Studies say,
Herbalists.
according to this midwife
And a
Midwife
study,
and
a,
herbalist,
a study could be,
Okay.
I've studied things, and that's. a
it
study.
takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says So here's evidence right here.
Okay.
The symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
Couldn't
like
possibly be that
amazing.
you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my
That you were
God,
sold.
you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
And
talking.
they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept...
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what it's
charge?
worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
That's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay. Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
So we got Boner Fight here in about 5 or 6 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by...
Surprise your dog with one of over 20 handcrafted treats, personalized dog pizzas, and cookies from Ma and Pa's Bakery. Healthy, holistic food and well-being are their specialty. Find them in Milk Creek, American Fork, and maandpasbakery.com.
Another tragedy, not a death, but a precious celebrity in great physical jeopardy. Veteran actor Michael Hogan, best known for playing Colonel Saul Tigh on Battlestar Galactica, apparently suffered a tragic accident back in February and is unlikely to be able to work again. Friends of the Hogan family have launched a GoFundMe campaign. According to the family friend, Sherry Ulrich, Mr. Hogan was in Vancouver participating in a Battlestar Galactica convention when he fell and hit his head during dinner. He went to bed that night not realizing that he'd suffered a traumatic head injury, which resulted in a massive brain bleed. He required emergency surgery, and the accident has left him with complete paralysis on the left side of his body, memory loss, cognitive impairment, inability to swallow. The pandemic has made already difficult situation even worse. His access to family and proper care remains limited. He's in a care center in Vancouver. He'd been a working actor since the late 70s. He was in 2 episodes of Monk before finding fame on Battlestar Galactica, and he was a pretty prominent member of that cast. Yeah.
I saw a picture of him. That's not Colonel Ty.
You shut up.
Who?
See, you're stuck on the bad Battlestar Galactica from the 70s.
Colonel Ty was an African American in the original,
that's what I was
wasn't he?
going to say.
Yeah.
It doesn't look
No,
anything like Colonel
this is the good Colonel Ty. This is the one. They took my eye, Bill. Damn it,
Yeah.
the damn Cylons took
Yeah, he
my
was
eye.
good. Yeah. I like
And then
that
it turns
guy.
out he was a Cylon. Oops.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh,
sorry,
hey,
Gina. I'm sorry, but that show's 10 years old now, so you should.
And if you want to see, speaking of white people, if you want to see 2 of the most white people you've ever seen in your life, there's a picture of Kirsten Dunst and her boyfriend, Jesse Plemons, and they're out walking with masks on.
Yeah.
And they are the pastiest couple of people.
I
If they
think
have a
they're
child,
married.
if they have a child,
They do
they're-
have a child.
It will be, then it's transparent. It's because. Oh yeah, they do. They have a 2-year-old son named Ennis, who is in the picture. You just can't see him because he's transparent. My God, look at those pasty people. By the way, I really liked. My wife hated it, but I like that Jesse Plemons movie that's on Netflix now. I can't think of what it's called.
Game night?
No, it's the weird. It's about the John Malkovich guy did it.
I'm thinking of ending
the guy
it.
who did,
I'm thinking of ending it all. Is that the one?
Yes, thinking of ending it all. I liked it a lot. It's very strange, but Jesse Plemons I thought was great, and he's really understated, but excellent. Let's see. The Trump administration's bungled response to the coronavirus pandemic and its subsequent efforts to meddle with recommendations from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention are taking a substantial toll on the CDC. In interviews with half a dozen current and former CDC officials, they described a workforce that has seen its expertise questioned at every turn, its findings overturned for political purposes, and its effectiveness in combating the pandemic undermined by partisan people in Washington. I have never seen morale this low. It's just that people are beaten down. People are beaten down partially by a public who now not only distrusts us, but they actually think we want to infringe on their civil liberties, said one current employee. The other factor is the active undermining by senior members of our own administration. We're just at our wits' end. Ruth Bader Ginsburg is lying in state at the in the Capitol. And her court
The first
clerks,
woman to do that.
yeah, her court clerks are standing guard. When the casket arrives at the court, some of the clerks will. This is when it gets to the court. Some of the clerks will serve as honorary pallbearers, while the rest will line the building's steps. About 120 clerks from her days at the appellate court, as well as the Supreme Court, are expected to gather at the court. Chris Stewart, congressman from 1st District here in Utah, has announced that the nation should have a new 3-digit suicide prevention hotline, 988, similar to dialing 911 for emergencies. On a voice vote, the U.S. House gave final passage Monday to the Senate version of the National Suicide Hotline Designation Act. Chris Stewart pushed an identical House version of the bill. The legislation now goes to President Trump for his consideration. The Easy 988 hotline will save lives. And as a side note from that, this week is, so normally you would do the suicide prevention walk and Out of the Darkness in Salt Lake, which we had to do virtually this year. And then the following week I go up to Ogden. And there is a suicide walk in Ogden put on by the New Hope people. And it's grown and it's huge, and I go up there and MC that event as well. Well, again, they're not being able to do it because of COVID-19, and so they're doing a virtual walk and some activities. And I taped a video for them That'll be on Saturday, this coming Saturday, which you can see on their website, which is, and spell new N-U. So it's New Hope, newhopeutah.org. And
you should post a link on your social
I will.
media.
I'll do that, and I taped a video for them. That's good. I guess it's okay, and they'll post that live on Saturday. And Alex Boyer is going to do some stuff as well, so that'll be on this Saturday.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, here it goes. The winner from round 1 going up against the winner from round 2. Now, back in the 7 o'clock hour, we had this charming candidate win Boner of round 1. Let's see her reject this. It's a man in, I don't think it matters where it is, California, found guilty of, his coworker rejected him. He wanted to go out with her, and she said, no, I don't want to have anything to do with you. And so he thought this would get her. He put semen in her water bottle. So there you go with that. That's number 1. Going up against number 2, well, he's just a little boy, a kid out there trying to help. That's former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi, along with enablers on Fox News, Sean Hannity and Tucker Carlson in particular, offering a defense for that little boy, Kyle Rittenhouse, who murdered 2 people and severely wounded another in Kenosha, Wisconsin. He was just trying to help. That's number 2.
Right. There you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. And put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Once you get to x96.com and it loads, refresh the browser so that the box will appear. It says Boner Fight September 23, 2020. You can vote there online. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is Boner of the Day.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities, like 18 Fingers of Death.
Tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo
Lamas, yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
This sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed. But he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
A full 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
So here we go.
Oh, Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry, today, so no Chinese Jews. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh man.
Jeez.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Time to award Boner of the Day.
Yes, it is. And it's brought to you in part by a Harvest Supper.
And protect your home and family with a security system from Mountain Alarm. Utah security experts visit mountainalarm.com or call 801-395-8700.
We had Boner candidate number one of the more distasteful candidates we've had in a long time. Let's see her reject this. A man found guilty of putting his seminal fluid into a co-worker's water bottle because she rejected him.
Will that change her mind? It sure will.
Well, let's see her reject that.
Now that you've done that.
Going up against number two. He was just a little boy, a kid out there trying to help former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi, along with enablers Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson, and others, defending little kid Kyle Rittenhouse, who's charged with murdering two people in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and severely wounding a third. And the winner, by 3 votes. The voting on the Boner of the Day has been exceptionally close all week and last week as well. Boner candidate number one, let's see her reject this.
All right, there you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today. It is now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That'll be decided on Friday. I think we got Steve on the line, don't we?
Steve, say your last name.
Urquhart. Good morning.
Urquhart. I don't know why I always have trouble. I always want to go Urquhart.
I always want to say Urquhart.
Yeah, but it's Urquhart.
Urquhart.
Steve.
I answer to anything.
I know you do. Steve has, was a fascinating Gerke column in the Salt Lake Tribune, and it's called The Long, Strange Trip of Steve Urquhart, who, when we first got to know you, you were a very nice but quite conservative And those things don't necessarily not
Yeah,
go
that sounds
together.
like.
Yeah.
Would you believe he was not only
You were a very nice, a very well-spoken conservative lawmaker from St. George in the Utah legislature, a Republican, and you've done is it a 360, a 180? What? Your life has changed so much. Why did this happen?
I think I'm just moving forward. I'm trying to live life with my eyes open. I think a pivotal thing was when I left the Mormon church. I'd been living for decades under someone else's dogma, and I just started to figure out life for myself.
I know from you, and if you want to hear about Steve's life, if you go back through the archives of the Let's Go Eat Show podcast, there's quite a long interview we did. It's been a while now, but you've talked a lot about your life growing up in Texas and how you became a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and then moved.
Which I remain very grateful for.
Yeah, I don't think you would ever say a bad word against them, really, in terms of overall values and views. But one of the pivotal things I know that happened to you when you were a legislator was when you started championing the LGBTQ rights of kids. And tell people about that and why that happened.
Yeah, basically I started regarding LGBTQ individuals as human beings. I mean, isn't that how it works? I stopped othering. My daughter played a role in this. She was president of the Gay Straight Alliance at Dixie High School, and I got to know her friends, and lo and behold, they were people. They were just people who loved my daughter, so I loved them back.
And you liked them, and they were nice, for the most part, nice people, and that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell who was gay, who was ally, they were just kids trying their best.
So it was that slippery slope then that led you.
Exactly,
of humanity.
That's what it was. Don't get to know and like people.
And so they made you gay, and then the story.
They converted me.
You and your wife Sarah went to Amsterdam.
Yep.
Now I know
there's a slippery slope too.
Yeah. Now I know that you had started using marijuana for medical issues. And that's that kind of started. Why?
Yeah.
So why did you move from that? Decide to go to different methods and things in Amsterdam?
So pure experimentation. We had friends who had tried ayahuasca, and I talked with my wife about it. And Sarah is very, she dots her I's and crosses her T's, and I was just shocked when she said, "That sounds interesting. We should try it." So
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, tell people what ayahuasca is, Steve.
So it's a psychedelic. It's a hallucinogenic, and it really is a powerful one. And so there, your trip can be somewhere between 6 and 12 hours, depending how you do it. And that's the one where there often is a lot of purging, and that's what people tend to focus on. But that's just part of
you mean vomiting? Is that what you mean?
Visions.
You mean vomiting? Is that what you're saying?
That's the euphemism you use in the space, purging.
Yeah, there's a Netflix special where Chelsea Handler does this, and it doesn't look pleasant. But anyway, go ahead.
So ayahuasca has been used for hundreds of years by natives in South America, I think it is.
Yeah, exactly. Comes out of the Amazon.
Yeah. So, Steve, you've done this, and you've broken down all these barriers. Now you want to start a church?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Steve,
so
Steve,
hang
on the line. We're out of time. We took way too much time to get to the church.
We can take a break and come back, though.
We will. We will take a break, and we will come back, and we'll talk about Steve and
damn drug-taking hippies.
The Church of Ayahuasca coming up. With Steve Urquhart.
It's not ayahuasca. It's something else on the way. Stand by for that. We do need to tell you about New Dwello Homes, though.
Oh, let me find that for you. Our friend Lolly up in Ogden, New Dwello, she's been with us for a long time, and right now grants for down payment assistance to buy a home are back. They had put those on hold for a while, but they're back. you can get up to $15,312 or 3.5% of your purchase price to buy a home. All you have to do is text the word money to 62687. Just text money, M-O-N-E-Y, to 62687. You don't have to be a first-time home buyer. You are completely forgiven grants with 6 to 36 months. 620 score or higher is necessary to qualify for the programs. 2 years of school or work history you'll need, and then you probably or very likely can qualify. So text the word money to 62687 for down payment assistance on a brand new home, or it doesn't have to be a brand new home. It could be a used home. It could be as well. So money, M-O-N-E-Y, to 62687.
You know what they love more than a list?
What's that?
A dueling list.
What do you mean a dueling list?
Well,
I was just gonna do here these 5 health food buzzwords that are misleading.
Misleading buzzwords?
Well, I have 7 reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
Oh, dueling lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list.
All right.
Because people love a good list. X96.
All right.
If you think your list is so tough, Gina, you go first.
Number 1, reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
All right.
Number 1, breaks the monotony. Nothing damages sex life more than monotony, and experts suggest trying something new whenever people feel their sex life lacks luster. Having sex in a hotel room can help couples overcome their boredom of a regular sex life.
Oh, yeah? Number 1, health food buzzword that's misleading.
Okay.
Lightly sweetened. Light is not an industry-regulated term, so any amount of sugar can be deemed light. One place you can spot this term is on cereal boxes. Lightly sweetened indeed. Lightly sweetened cereal with blueberries, 13 grams of sugar. It's a lie and it's misleading.
Gina?
Open to trying new things. Reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting. When people have sex repeatedly in the same place like their bedroom, they get used to doing things a certain way. But a new place encourages couples to try new things. Having sex in a hotel room can inspire couples to be adventurous. Try new positions. It can make it very exciting.
Oh, yeah? Number 2 health food buzzwords that's misleading. Uncured meat. Cured meats, like bacon and sausage, they've long had a bad rep for containing nitrites, a food preservative that's been linked to cancer. So logic follows that meats labeled uncured wouldn't carry that risk. Well, you're wrong. According to a 2015 Ohio State University study, such labeling, the study concluded, is unusual, confusing, and technically incorrect. That's number 2, uncured meat.
Number 3, reasons why hotel sex is exciting. Free from responsibilities. You don't have to do laundry. There's no dishes to do. The kids aren't there.
Somebody's got to do that. Somebody's got to do that laundry, though.
That's nothing.
Free from responsibility.
Number 3, made with real fruit. That label makes me laugh. It's a sure sign that there's little or no fruit in it at all. And whatever fruit there is processed beyond recognition. To avoid being duped, look at the food's ingredients. They're listed in order by greatest amount to least. Where does real fruit appear in the list? It isn't near the top of the list. That's all I'm saying. That's number 3.
Forbidden can be exciting. According to experts, sometimes a little amount of guilty feeling can make the experience of having sex very exciting. And if you feel guilt having sex in a place outside of the 4 walls of your bedroom, like a hotel room, it can be a very exciting experience.
You know what?
What?
Number 4 on this list, all natural. Just like lightly sweetened, the word natural is an unregulated term, which is why so many companies have overused it. By one company's definition, chocolate hazelnut spread earned the natural label because it was made with real nuts and chocolate, even though it's essentially a jar full of sugar.
What number are we?
This is number 5, and I only have 5, so that's as far as you can go.
So that's it?
Oh, one more. Give me a knockout punch, because I don't think you're winning so far.
Okay. Sex is more enjoyable when you're relaxed. You can order food to the room.
Well, yeah.
You don't have to leave. It
And
has
then
everything you want
You can order
there.
food to the room and then have sex with it.
Oh, yeah?
You can't do that at home.
Oh, yeah?
Sex in a hotel
Oh,
is very exciting.
It's a 3 sandwich day.
No help. No help, Carrie.
Sorry.
This is our fight. And mine, here's the knockout punch.
Okay.
5 health food buzzwords that are misleading. Gluten-free. I'm amused by gluten-free on products. Never had any wheat in them to begin with. And that's where gluten comes from.
Oh.
Gluten-free, they put it on things that don't have gluten anyway. Gluten-free, it's just a lie. It doesn't mean that it's healthy either if it's gluten-free.
Well,
oh man.
If you have to ask me to declare a winner, I declare we're all winners because it's dueling lists.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
It's come to my attention that the managers of Broadway Media have been running booing soundtracks behind our show for days now.
We just can't hear it.
We can't hear it, but periodically.
We've only got a few minutes here, so let's get
Steve Urquhart, former legislator, now he started a church, the Divine Assembly, and it's based on psilocybin, magic mushrooms. Steve, tell us about that.
I spent decades in organized religion, never once felt like I communed with God. I took magic mushrooms and often feel like I'm communing with the divine, healing, getting great insights. And if that's not religion, there's no such thing as religion. And so I think my experiences, they're noetic, meaning they're authoritative to me. No one else needs to be bound by them. But this is a way for people to commune with the divine. More people should be able to legally do that. So that's what the Divine Assembly is about.
So you filed actually incorporation papers. Does this mean that you're going to be, people will come to your church and you'll hand out magic mushrooms to everybody?
No, I'm not going to possess and distribute. I will put out videos showing them how they can legally acquire the spores and grow for themselves. And it is a community, so I imagine people will be talking back and forth. People are using magic mushrooms just fine without me. But if I can provide some legal protection, which religion brings, that's great. And if we can make it safer for people by destigmatizing and allowing it to come above ground, then those are great things.
You worry that, though, if you give people the ability to grow these spores themselves, then that they won't do it responsibly?
Well, people are growing them right now. I mean, even in Utah, use of psychedelics is huge. And some of it is not safe. The reason these things kind of perform miracles on people is people get in very vulnerable states of consciousness where they can analyze things, they can see things differently, and they can improve. In those vulnerable states of consciousness, they're also subject to psychological, emotional, sexual predation. They can get themselves in harm's way.
Mhm.
So while there's so much good that can come of these, let's accentuate that and try to minimize the potential harms.
But how do you do that? If you just give people how-to videos, they'll just do what they want to do, won't they?
Well, again, there are videos, and people are doing what they want right now. The thing that will make it safer is forming community. The way Sarah and I found our first guide, the way I found my early guides, is word of mouth. This is the one person you know who's doing it, so you go to that person. You don't know whether that person's safe or not. If you have a community and there are a bunch of guides, a bunch of integration therapists, people with real licenses, then you can better ferret out who's good and who's harmful.
Well,
so information would be the way to make it safer.
Yeah, I got you. So I guess if people want to reach out to you, they just look for the Divine Assembly, and they'll find you.
Yeah, the divineassembly.org, and help us form this safe, wholesome, healing community.
All right, Steve. Best of luck to you. I hope things continue to go well. You're really a great guy. I've been around you enough to know that, and I'm glad you're happy.
Hey, thank you. I'm so happy. And to make this authentic, I guess I should end by saying peace, love.
Peace and love. Okay. All right, Steve. Thank you. Nice to
Thank
hear
you.
from you. Peace and love.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
Man, it's a big step.
Yeah.
Right. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
I've always been intrigued by this realm of consciousness. Ever since I've been in high school, it's been a very intriguing thing to me.
Yeah.
Scares the hell out of me.
It is. It's scary. There's no doubt about it. It's.
I'm fine right here. I don't need to go anywhere in my head.
And
I'm
you
good
never
right
do.
where I am.
And you never do.
Nope.
I don't know. It might be worth it to explore a little bit, Gina, occasionally. You might be very pleased with what you find in there.
This is a conversation for another time, because
Yeah.
I think we're out of time.
And I think Carrie's frozen, so I don't know what we're doing.
Did we lose you, Carrie? We lost him altogether.
I think we have lost
Oh,
Carrie
no.
altogether.
You guys have the promo?
Well, we do. I'm sure Carrie is rapidly trying to get back online.
We'll wait.
Somehow we can wait for just a second. Gina, let's just take this second and just for 1 second, see if you can find someplace in your mind that you've never been that might be a little interesting.
I'm a simple gal.
You would never do this.
No.
Never would. Now, I'll bet your husband would be interested in it.
He might be. I don't know. He might have done it. I don't know. We've never talked about it.
I know. You only talk about the things that are safe for you to talk about.
Yes.
You've
He
made
had
it
a
clear.
whole life before we got together. I don't know what he
Yeah,
did.
and you've made it clear, I know. Please, don't say anything that challenges me.
I'm comfortable in my simple life.
Well, I don't see that Carrie's getting back here anytime soon, so let's do the promo and go, shall we?
Are you going to do all of it by yourself? Do you want me to fill in for Carrie?
Sure, if you want. Nick, go ahead.
Cool.
Fill in for Carrie.
On Thursday's Radio from Hell show,
Call in at 8 o'clock to beat Gina. We're starting spooky season early by quizzing you on Shaun of the Dead trivia.
But right before, at 7:45, put down those action figures because you'll have to pay attention to geek news on the radio.
if we get Carrie back. That doesn't sound like Carrie.
It's not. It's Nick.
Oh, it's Nick. Well, hopefully Carrie will be here with us on Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Nice
that
job.
was weird. He just his camera froze and he disappeared. So
Happened right before the show ended a few weeks back as well.
Well, thanks, Nick. You did a good job filling in, and that's it. And goodbye, everybody. Don't you know who I am?
secure your load.